How we doing? Hang on one second. Hola, hola. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo va el español? ¿Cómo te va con tu español? Yeah. Mira, le pregunté cómo se va con su español. Um, okay, okay, let's get into it. Let's. Hang on. Wait, give me 1 second. Sorry. Oh shit, there's like nobody's here. Why is nobody here? There's 9 people. That's way lower than normal. Why? Why is this? Sleepy! What is up, buddy? Welcome. So, real quick to start us off, Thanos and I are gonna have a chat about the just following orders thing. So here's my thought, buddy. This is not in my mind one of those things where it's like, oh my god, just following orders. This is such like this is a small thing compared to that. We may not always like what the law is and how they have not killed anybody. Now there may be a legal challenge against the deployment of the National Guard, which I, based on my research, would support. I don't want them here. I do not want them here. But the individual soldiers, I'm not going to fault for this. They're doing their job. They're doing what they're told to do. This is not a situation where they're being told to do anything particularly heinous. I don't think it makes sense for us to trot out the just following orders thing for every little thing that we don't like. Do you know what I'm saying? anything. For anything. Yeah. Oh, that's me. I'll fix that. Hang on.
What?
Okay, you should be able to hear it now, Sleepy. My bad. Thanks for
Can
letting
I?
me know. Go ahead. Go ahead.
They
Can I?
also of course, this is just in theory, but this is part of the problem. They take an oath to the Constitution, not to the fat orange loser pedophile that we have in
Yes.
office, right?
Well, allegedly. Not even allegedly. There's no cases, so I don't want to go and say that. But what I do want to say is that this isn't necessarily a constitutional breach. The laws that he's citing are not like in the Constitution. It may be illegal, but it might not be a breach of the Constitution. And so I wouldn't go so far as to use that language as well. You get what I'm saying?
I
Can
get
I
what
ask
you're
you a
saying.
question?
If that's true, I'm also might not be legally educated enough to know for certain if
I've
this
been
is a
looking into the
constitutional breach or
laws
not.
that regard the deployment of the National Guard without a governor's
Wait,
order.
no,
Candy,
sorry, say that
Candy,
again.
what was your? I've been looking into the laws regarding the deployment of the National Guard without the state or government's approval. I've been looking into that. Candy, go ahead.
I just had a question. You guys are discussing I know obedience, but what specifically obeying
We're
what?
talking in regards to the soldiers deployed in Los Angeles. Because we were having a discussion in the Discord where, I said I don't fault the soldiers; they're just doing, what they're being told. And Thanos said, "Oh, well, the we're just following orders thing isn't always great." And so I was making the argument that I don't think this is one of those situations where we come with the oh, we're
We were
just
just
following
following
orders.
orders.
Such, yeah, it's not a comparable thing in this case to me. I don't think this rises to like the level of, oh my god, they need to stand up to the government and protect them. I don't think this is one of those. I think this is one of those where where California will sue the federal government, and I think they have a good chance of winning that lawsuit. And they should. I think this is absolutely executive overreach. But I don't see this as one of those like, oh my God, they're committing the crimes of crimes and they need to stand up. They sent them in to suppress violent protests and riots, which in my opinion exacerbated them, made the issue worse, led it to where it is now. But do I think this is one of those situations where these soldiers reasonably are going to find look at this and say, "Oh wow, we need to stand up to the executive for this"? No, I don't. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation here.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if it is illegal but not blatantly unconstitutional, then like
Yeah,
maybe that's reasonable to not expect them to like
no,
say what you
I would not. Yeah, I would not expect them to do
what
this.
you said. I would also say that it
What
sucks
is
that
your
they're not
position on
that.
it? Thanos? What's your position on it?
What's my position on it
Yeah.
is that neither is okay. That just it makes it less bad. And I was also gonna clarify
Mm-hmm.
one thing. If that's not like a blatant constitutional violation, then I mean I guess that's all the less fault to the soldiers.
Yeah.
It just would be nice if they were more legally educated. But I mean, of
Why
course,
would it
that's not their fault.
why would it be the soldier's fault though? Right?
So he's saying in the
Why would
situation
what
where
exactly be the
Uh-huh.
someone might need to like stand up because they're being given like unconstitutional orders, and their oath is to the Constitution.
not to the orange pedo loser?
Okay, let's be careful with that kind of language while we're on the live.
Well, I mean, like that sort of language could be like defamatory, but
Yes, very much
So
so.
uh,
you're saying they should not obey his order, and you're saying, well, they're soldiers, they need to obey orders. Is that what it is?
I'm saying
sort of.
that when an order is given, That violates the Constitution. They make an oath to the Constitution, and in that situation, they should not obey those orders. However, this is not one of those situations, and I don't think it's reasonable to expect these National Guard servicemen to disobey the orders that they're being given in this case. That being said,
Especially if, like,
I
from
don't
their
want the
perspective, they
fucking
don't know.
National Guard here, and I think this is executive overreach, and I'm fucking pissed, and I want them out of my fucking city.
Right, but they could but then they could. I don't know. It's a hard thing. You might. Yeah, you're beholden to an oath, but they could fire you for not obeying, so then
This
you lose your
this is
job
not a
over it.
this is not a violation of the oath. This order.
Not obeying.
The order may be
With
illegal, as we're about to look over this.
No, I'm saying like the soldier not obeying Trump's order, right?
Right.
Even though it's illegal or not, he would pay consequences. He could get fired and
Yep.
stuff like that.
I
So,
just don't think in this case it's like worth them doing that. Like they're not. This is not something that's like unconstitutional. It may be illegal, but it's not unconstitutional, and they're doing their job.
so you say not to do it. Okay.
No, they are doing their job.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting them to stand up and ignore this order.
What do you think when Pete Hegseth deploys the he's not gonna send the Marines.
Yeah, they shouldn't. That's a little shakier because the military is never supposed to be deployed against American citizens.
American citizens.
Yeah.
But then they could say, oh well, these not American citizens, these are
The
illegals that are
protesters are
here.
American citizens for the most part.
Well, you know.
The Marines haven't been deployed yet. That would be bad. That would be very bad. This is already bad. That would be really, really fucking bad if they deployed the Marines.
This is, I mean, regardless, this is why, you saw what I posted in politics. This is why I didn't want to, like, ever be in the military in the first place.
Why?
Why could I? Because I don't want to be a useful tool for authoritarians like
Ugh.
Trump.
Yeah, but this is not
I mean,
very
serving in the
Or for
military
US
is
imperialism.
blanket
bigger.
statement for something that's very illegal.
You hear me gagging right
Blah
now?
blah blah. What?
Go ahead.
Or the U.S. imperialism comment?
Yeah, I mean,
A little bit of a blanket statement for something that's not normal, right?
Listen.
necessarily saying this is imperialism because I mean I don't really know if that makes sense to say in this.
No, this is
context.
not imperialism, but the United States is a very different. I mean, you could maybe say economically imperialist, but like over the last century, when have we conquered land?
Oh, over the last century. Okay, that's kind of easy. What about? I mean, I could refer to like certain things that I actually learned in my history class, just off the top of my head,
Go
like
ahead.
what we did in Afghanistan with the
Wait,
with like
so
when we were fighting
Afghanistan is
against,
part of the United States now?
what? No, I mean like
empire,
against other.
an empire subsumes conquered lands into its territory. The United States is not doing that and has not done that for a long time. The way we conflate this language to sort of demonize certain
Is that the
actions
definition of you have to conquer that land and
What do you
call
think
it
an
part of your
empire
own in
is?
order for it to be imperialism?
What do you think an empire is?
Like a. I mean, I don't know the definition off
Okay. Let me pull it up.
the top of my head.
An extensive group of states or countries under a single supreme authority formerly especially an emperor or empress. Do you think that describes the United States?
I mean, no, we haven't taken in land like that
Very long time.
for quite a while. I'm also looking at the Merriam-Webster dictionary for imperialism, and doesn't necessarily state that you have to
A major
take in land and
political
call it
unit having a
part of your
territory
empire.
of great extent or a number of territories or peoples under a single sovereign authority. So, do you think Puerto Rico is an imperial holding of the United States? Yo, what's up, yeah, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like Puerto Rico and also is this veering off um
No, I think
into
this is
something else, or
interesting
is
to
it?
talk about because among leftist circles, I find the term empire, imperialism, I find it very misused. And it's misused for political purposes. And it kind of drives me crazy because I don't think an empire describes what the United States is. I don't think it describes how it
There's a
acts
little bit of
either.
a difference between empire and imperialism. Do you want me to actually no, I won't just copy and paste the I'll actually send you the like website what I'm looking at. And it states this as part of the definition, but that's not the only
Okay.
thing that
Well,
makes
what did I say? I did say
Right.
you could say economically imperial, right?
Right. And based on the definition Jordan
sure,
gave,
yeah.
would an imperialist country be ruled by a king or
An
queen
empire
without
would.
giving,
Is
but
that
would not give people the vote to vote for our leaders?
This hang on. This
What?
definition sort of the one I'm looking at now sort of robs it of all of its meaning, which is a policy of extending a country's power and influence through diplomacy or military force. Would you have a problem with
which one
an
are you looking
empire
at?
with imperialism through diplomacy?
That's not the one that you're here. Okay. Do you want me to link to you what I'm looking
Sure,
at?
I'll take a look at the definition that you have. But do you see kind of
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
getting at?
Yeah, I mean, if we're not clear in definitions, then it's sort of like,
Yeah, and I think
well, if we have different definitions in
a
mind,
lot of
it's
these
like,
rhetorical tactics employed by, leftists specifically rely on not making clear definitions. Policy, practice, or advocacy of extending the power and dominion of a nation, especially by direct territorial acquisitions or by gaining indirect control over the political or economic life of other areas. Would you say the United States currently exerts political control over Afghanistan?
currently, as in now, I don't believe so.
No.
I don't know. I can't answer that. The original thing that you asked was within the last century, and
Sure.
within
I
the
would
last
say,
century, I could
well,
say
I'm just addressing
without
a
a doubt,
specific
yes.
example. I'm just addressing a specific example that you brought up, and we can talk about other examples as well. I would say no, we do not, right? Because who controls
Now,
Afghanistan right
no,
now? The Taliban,
or
right?
no,
And
I
they
don't
don't
know.
give a
Now, actually,
fuck about what we want them to do, right? I don't know of any
understandable.
countries over the last century where we continue to hold that sort of a hold, like a authority over. Can you?
What I mean, what about like like after 9/11, we went after Osama bin Laden,
Yeah.
and then murked that motherfucker, rightfully so. But then we
Yep.
kind of just stayed there.
Well, we cut. I mean, we fucked up the region, right? We stayed there to try to
Yeah.
make it better and to try to put along a transition into another better regime, which we also fucked up, right? But
Yeah.
let's say we didn't, right? Let's say we waged that war in Afghanistan, fucked up bin Laden, and then just left. Do you think that would have been better? Hey,
I
Cosmic.
mean, it definitely it would have been less bad than
Do you know that?
what we did. Yeah,
Do you
instead
know
of like
that for
working.
sure?
Well, I said probably. I mean,
Because I
I'm not a
think
seer, and
by the
unfortunately, I'm
time,
not a seer. I mean, that would be
yeah.
nice if I
Well,
was a
what
seer,
what I'm
but
saying is
no.
that around the time 2011 when we did that, things were still a mess in the region. I don't think it necessarily would have been better. It's still bad fucking now, right? It's bad now. It was bad then. Honestly, looking at the Taliban controlling it again now, it's basically where it was before we got there.
And part of the reason why like the Islamists that got a foothold there in the first place is because of us, and that kind of ties into the example that I was going to bring up.
Well,
Do you want me
us
to?
and Russia, both of us, we both
I
did that.
mean,
Yeah.
the group that the U.S. propped up during that time, it was Islamist. Not that wasn't the group that the Soviets brought up that led to Al Qaeda.
The only reason we went in there in the first place was because the Soviets were meddling there.
Yeah, and what we brought up to like fight back against them was arguably worse. It was it was the Mujahideen, the Islamists that would later become Al Qaeda.
And yeah, our reasoning obviously back then was we were fighting in the Cold War. Everything was a proxy war, right? We were looking at, okay, these guys are going to side with us against the Soviet Union, and we sort of made an ill-conceived enemy of my enemy is my friend decision, right? I can't say we've entirely learned from that, but for the most part we have. What I would say is that I don't know if I would consider that imperialism.
If you're propping up a group that's
And keep in mind,
friendly to
the
you,
Soviets
but
weren't propping anybody up. They invaded. They invaded the country.
the Soviets invaded the
Yeah.
country.
Uh-huh.
I don't recall that. Maybe I'm not remembering
The
this.
Soviet Union brought forces into the country to aid the government in 1979.
Oh well, did they invade or did they make allies with the Soviets and they were friendly? They were on good terms with each other.
The government at the time would have been correct.
Well, then
And
how's
we
that
had
invading?
relations with the Mujahideens. That's the one that we developed our relationships with because they were fighting against the Soviets. But the Soviets sent in armed forces, which we actually did not.
Okay, but I mean, in order for that to
And it
like
also
be an
wasn't just us either, by
invasion,
the
wouldn't
way.
that have to be offensive against the
The
group?
British, the
Group that,
Chinese, the Saudis, the Pakistanis, they all assisted the Mujahideens.
huh? Well, you were calling what the Soviets did an invasion, but you said that they were
I misspoke.
friendly. Okay.
But again, this was when we were fighting proxy wars all over the world. That was
Yeah.
what we were doing at the time. I don't know if I consider. I guess proxy wars can be a form of imperialism, in a sense. But again, like none of these countries ended up remaining under that control. Is sort of the point that I'm making, right? I think you could consider it if they were to remain under that control. You could say that, but they weren't. I don't think there was any country throughout the Cold War where a proxy war was fought where we maintained like control over the country and how it operated.
Yeah, I mean, if there, I mean, now if there are, I don't know of any. I can't
Yeah.
name any off the top of my head. That a thing that I learned about in class was that the U.S. did stuff like that and was mostly like the Cold War or before. Although I mean, I think before was the scramble for Africa that I mean the U.S. didn't. That was Europe that did most of that.
And so I think the word is used very loosely. And I think the reason it's used very loosely is because it has a very negative connotation. And it's meant as sort of a point of propaganda. I think the United States definitely exerts spheres of influence. It is the most powerful country in the world. It is the richest country in the world. It's natural that it's going to exert spheres of influence. But do I think it's imperial? No, I don't think that's an appropriate term. I think there, perhaps in history, there have been aspects of it that are, there were times where we were conquering
Definitely in
more
the past.
land and bringing in more land, and that was a more appropriate term to use then. But the sort of general America is this imperialist, like, boogeyman, I don't think really applies. At least not.
Okay, well, I mean,
Unless we
either way, I
start
won't stress that
annexing
that won't be
Greenland and
abused, which
Canada
is
and Panama.
why
Unless we start
All right, well,
annexing Greenland and Canada and Panama, then I think it would be appropriate.
and that would be the doing of the orange fuckwit.
Yes, but
But like again, that's like you're kind of just like a whim to the to whoever's in power, whether you agree with it or not. If you're in the military, which is why it doesn't take away my point of why I don't want to be a part of that.
and like that's fair as a personal decision, but I don't think you should necessarily, and I hope that you don't judge other people who do decide to be in the military, because for a lot of people it's more than just that, right? A lot of people, they feel there's a few reasons why. Number one, it gives them an opportunity to get an education, right? To get an education paid for. There are a lot of benefits you get, healthcare, all of these different things you get from being in the military. And for a lot of other people, they feel a sense of duty to protect their country and to follow in the footsteps of the soldiers who fought for our country in the past, And yeah, sometimes we're not happy with the wars we've had, but there are other wars that were just and that we are proud of, right? Like World War II, right? Like the Civil
And
War, like the Revolutionary
since
War,
that's
right?
a
These
case
are
by case
all.
thing for me.
What's that?
Oh, you're saying that I hope you don't. Yeah, I don't think you do, and I hope you don't. And for me, it's not a definite yes or no. It's like I mean, it's a case by case thing. But I mean, yeah, you're right. I don't just automatically
Yeah,
not just automatically like, oh, you're a piece of shit.
yeah.
Just because like
But a
you
lot of
might
people do. A lot of people do
you
that,
might go in
and
there
it's
for like
sad.
good reasons, like, hey, I want to like save our I want to like help our country. And I mean, there's also the people that like say like I want to fight for our freedoms, which I mean, uh, I don't know what post World War. I don't know what wars. I don't know what freedoms we've like gained, I mean, I mean, either way, it's about the reasoning. I mean, like, no, I don't just automatically.
Well,
To answer
yeah,
your question, I
because
don't just
due to
automatically
our
like judge you.
geography, it's Japan attacking us was sort of an anomaly, right? We don't usually have to deal with assaults on our mainland, especially because of the geography of where we are, because generally we have very good relationships with our neighbors, so we don't usually have to deal or contend with that, right? So, like, the quote unquote fighting for our freedoms isn't always like super appropriate or exact, but
I think that's stupid,
I don't know if
but
I would call it stupid. I think it's part of the general, like, idea of fighting in the American military. Sometimes that means spreading freedoms, right? Or what we believe to be important, what we believe to be freedoms. There are times where countries do ask us to intervene, right? On behalf of the people. And that has happened many times. I was living in Haiti when the Haitians asked for our help. So there are times, even in the modern day, where soldiers do get the opportunity to do that, and maybe it's not here at home, but it could be abroad.
Fight for the freedoms of others.
Exactly, because we are, as Reagan said, the shining beacon on the hill, and we're supposed to be the example, the shining light by which other countries can follow, and that's what I want us to be. Right? We're not always there, obviously, but that's the United States that I was raised believing in. And that's the United States that I think we should be. How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about what all you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, like the reason why I said at first, like I think that's stupid, isn't because like I think that's a stupid reason to join the military. It's just that I think or like at least uh thought and like I mean I guess still, at least for our country specifically is like not doesn't happen, but like as you've said it we have helped out other countries be
Mhm.
Yeah. And we're not
free.
always successful, right? We're not always we don't always do it right. Sometimes we fuck up, right? But I do think we generally are aware and we hold ourselves accountable. And one of the things I do like, or at least I did like, about the dichotomy in our country before it got so crazy and out of hand and out of control was that we had, sides that would push each other, right? We had sides that would say, no, we need to spread this freedom and we need to fight for American values. And then we had another side that would say, yeah, but not at the expense of other people. We need to make sure we care for them, right? There used to be a really healthy dichotomy between the left and the right that kept us centered and in the right direction. But now it's just out of control. There's so much extremism that the balancing act is sort of fallen away. There's no more balance there, right? We're either on the Jedi or on the Sith, depending on what side you ascribe to, right? It used to be,
Okay, that's what you mean by extremism in terms of attitudes towards the other person.
and a lot of the views have gotten more extreme.
Okay. Well, I'd say like the views being more incorrect is more relevant, but
No, but that's a point of view, my friend. I'm going to agree with you most of the time, right? And we have our
yeah,
reasoning for that. But like I can also give you reasoning why people disagree with us, right? And I can
of course.
formulate it in a way that you're not going to agree with it, but it will at least logically make sense in your head. Now, I'm not talking about like some of the more farther extremes of either side, right? Like the side that's like burn down America and build a communist revolution, or the other side that's like, fully weak. I should be able to own like a fucking grenade launcher, or like, kill all the Democrat, like that kind of shit, right? Obviously, there's not really much reasonable behind that. But for the most part, like, I can give you like reasonable right leaning positions, and you're going to hear them and you're going to be like, okay, I don't really agree with that, but I can understand where they come from and I can respect somebody's opinion that is that, even though I disagree.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like the dying for. I mean, not that you had to convince me to uh, see it this way, because I mean, I already know that people went to the military for this reason, but like the dying for your freedoms thing, as you said, it's like that actually turns out to be more reality than I thought it did,
Mm-hmm.
but like the reasoning in and of itself that people genuinely believe isn't dumb at all.
It's not, and it's not, and it's not
I just
even
said it was
bad
stupid at
either,
first,
right?
because I was like, yeah, that's the reasoning that a lot of people fall for, but like it doesn't really
Or
happen that
maybe,
often. That's what I was
maybe,
thinking at the time.
you know, can like I be a little more honest here? I don't think that's the reasoning a lot of people fall for. I think the reasoning is that, on the left or on the right, we have these sort of, and I'm talking again about the more reasonable people, not the extremist ones, because the extremist ones, they're extreme and there's nothing you can fucking do about that, right? They're fucking crazy.
Not just in terms of their views, but in terms of their attitudes towards what they
Yeah.
see as the other side.
Or even views in some cases, like I gave you a couple examples, right? But the more, when you
Sure.
get a little farther away from the extremes, they have these sort of caricatures, these straw men of the other side's position and why they believe in it, right? And so they're all stuck in their heads of like, oh man, this person's just a fucking racist, right? And that's why they want to deport these immigrants, right? Or they're like, this person hates America, and that's why they believe in such and such when they're talking about the left. When in reality, like if you have a discussion with these people, their points of view are pretty reasonable, right? There's
Oh, and
people
I know
who
they're.
who are
Well, I'll let
worried
you
about
finish.
crime, right? And so they want to get rid of violent illegal immigrants, which, by the way, we all fucking agree with, right? Like, you don't
Yeah.
want to keep violent illegal migrants here, right? Of course not. Why would we want to do that? We want to keep you and I want to keep people who are not violent, who contribute to the economy. We want to keep them here, give them a pass to citizenship so they can contribute more to the economy, right? That's our position. And so
Yeah.
the biggest problem that I see is like not just that people don't talk to each other, but that they've been convinced and they've been made to believe that the reasoning behind why people believe things the way that they do are these like insane, crazy points of view that most people don't actually believe. And so that's where I think like one of the big issues and one of the big problems with media is that they sort of they've successfully painted the other side as like these demons, to borrow a word from a good friend of ours, when in reality they're just people, and we may view some of them as misguided, they may view some of us as misguided, but it used to be that while we disagreed, we could still all agree that we were Americans and we wanted what was best for our country. And it seems like we've kind of lost that feeling.
Yeah, and I mean, like for the like to talk specifically about the like reasons why like wingers think think about immigration the way they do. I mean, I don't have that. I don't have that like extreme like straw man
Sure. I mean, I'm just using it
attitude
as an example.
of
Yeah.
them. Yeah, I figured it. It's just like at the same time though, I'm also like I'm also thinking like okay, there are thinking of like what type of what type of takes would like actually be able to have like a good chat with, and ones where I'm like okay, it's a waste of time. And one of them is like if you're like if you if you like have that like right wing take because like what you said where like we want to get like all we want to get the we want to get like the criminals out here, and if they're like innocents that get swept up in that's a shame, but like we just got to do it to get the criminals out. That's a like a position where you can like you can like actually have a discussion with that
Yeah.
person. There are also right wingers who like I've heard like they just think it's funny and a good thing that people who
Yeah.
haven't
I
done
mean,
anything wrong like are getting hurt,
I
and like
feel
I
like
genuinely and then with those
mostly.
people I'm like okay, like
I
fuck
feel
you,
like
dude.
mostly a
No
lot
way
of those
to talk
people are
about that.
more of like a younger demographic. who haven't had a lot of time to experience the world and gain levels of empathy. Um, Hopefully, as they grow older, those feelings will fall away as they're able to more easily put themselves into someone else's shoes. But yeah, there's definitely
Well, I hope so. The people I'm specifically talking about are like around my age. Would you say that's
yeah,
like pretty young
yeah,
and okay.
definitely, yeah. And
Okay.
so I think a lot of them they were raised in this sort of, they're younger. They've been raised in this sort of like internet, like internet space where it's like, hey, it's all about getting wins online and shit, and they haven't experienced as much the real world. The more you experience the real world, right? You're out of school, you're out of all of this other shit, and you're like really experiencing life. I think in a lot of cases, the more your views expand a bit when it comes to seeing things from other people's point of view. It's not always the case, right? But I think a lot of
Yeah.
the time it is.
That's why I'm like, that's why it doesn't change that. Like until they get out of that attitude, you're wasting your time talking to those people. But if they can like, if they like mature and they like still have that take, but it's like coming from a place of
Sometimes it takes them
yeah, we have to do it instead
experiencing.
of ha ha ha.
Yeah, sometimes
I'm
it
glad that people
unfortunately
who aren't part of my in group are
yeah.
suffering. That's so funny.
Unfortunately, sometimes it takes them enduring pain or painful experiences for them to get to that point, and that might just be what some people need. And sometimes they don't need that. Sometimes they just grow out of it. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, yeah, that was a good chat.
Yeah,
That was a good chat.
and
It
I
was a
guess
good
everyone does
time.
it at the, like different rates too, because like I might already be there,
What's
but I
up? I
hope
feel
that
so
some of the
tired.
people who think like that are my age, like
Yeah,
eventually get there when by the time they're
I hope so too, man.
like as old as you or some shit like
I
that,
hope so too
or
because your
hopefully before.
generation is like one of the most extreme generations I think we've had.
What do you mean in like one way, other day, or
In
both?
both
Like both in
ways.
terms of far
Both
left? Okay,
ways. Yeah. Like they are extreme right and extreme left.
yeah. I mean, I guess I would be closer to extreme left, but at the same time,
You
I
would,
take it
but
you wouldn't think of me that way because you can like actually have a
on like
conversation with
maybe a
me.
couple things here, like a couple views here and there, I would say, but for the most part, no. And I think like when we talk about stuff and we go into those more extreme views, and I talk about like, okay, here's my position on it. You listen to that and you take it in and you understand it, right? And that's important. Whether you change your views or not is not as important as you being able to understand like other people's views and realize that, hey, while I have my views and sometimes there may be other groups who implement their policies that I disagree with, I at least understand where they're coming from and I'm not going to lose my fucking shit about it,
Yeah, of course.
right?
Yeah, because I mean, I've even like you remember me talking about the like the take that's so far left that like I don't agree with like the not just the communist but like specifically the tanky communist
Yeah.
takes that like um that I don't agree with, and I think are based in ignorance. However, like especially if you take into to consideration the like the time like people like Vladimir Lenin were genuinely trying to we're trying to help out people
I
in
mean,
hard times, and I mean it just so happened that
Lenin was no saint. Let's not get it twisted.
no, he wasn't perfect, and things got worse when a lot worse when Stalin got into power,
I
which
mean,
like is something
Stalin
Lenin
was
did not
Stalin.
want to
He
happen.
was
But
nearly unmatched in his awfulness, right? He was a
yeah,
horrible fucking person. Lenin was not as bad as Stalin, but Lenin did a lot of bad shit too, right? Like he was no paragon of virtue. Um, But yeah, I
Well,
get what you're
what
saying.
examples are you thinking of that I'm not aware of?
Here, let me pull up a couple things. Especially during the war, I know was a really, yeah. So, ba, 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 ba. So, are you familiar with the Red Terror?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. So it was a campaign of political repression and executions in Soviet Russia, which was carried out by the Bolsheviks, chiefly through the Cheka, the Bolshevik secret police force. It officially started in early September 1918, and it lasted until 1922. Through violence committed by Bolshevik soldiers, sailors, and Red Guards, have been ongoing, since late 1917. Decreed after assassination attempts on Vladimir Lenin, along with the successful assassinations of Petrograd Cheka leader Moisei Uritsky and party editor V. Volodarsky, in alleged retaliation for Bolshevik mass repressions. The Red Terror was modeled on the Reign of Terror of the French Revolution and the Paris Commune, sought to eliminate political dissent, opposition, and any other threat to Bolshevik power. More broadly, the term can be applied to Bolshevik political repression throughout the Russian Civil War. Bolshevik leader Leon Trotsky justified the repressive measures as a necessary response to the White Terror initiated in 1917. Deaths, mainstream estimates range between 50,000 and 600,000.
And were most of those casualties towards like the White Army?
Yeah, I mean, specifically any, enemies to Bolshevik rule. I feel so tired. Specifically, what did they do? And yeah, the White Armies. What did they do specifically to the anarchists?
What? Oh, someone's
Starting
asking in the
around
chat.
April 1918, Russian anarchists were among the first revolutionary socialist victims of the precursors of Red Terror. Anarchists harshly criticized Bolshevik centralization of political power by creating the Bolshevik-dominated Council of People's Commissars, nationalizing the land, subordinating the factory committees to the state-controlled network of trade unions, and creating the secret police organization Cheka. Later, anarchists widely opposed the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia and Treaty of Brest-Litovsk as betrayals of revolutionary internationalism and the stateless ideal. Some militant Bakuninist anarchists even advocated armed struggle against the dictatorship. Meanwhile, Bolsheviks associated violent anti-Bolshevik rhetoric and such crimes as robberies, expropriations, and murders committed by nominally anarchist criminals with all anarchists, and perceived the increasingly militant and resistant anarchists as a legitimate threat. Subsequently, the Sovnarkom decided to liquidate anarchist-associated criminal recklessness and disarm and disband all anarchist organizations. In Moscow and Petrograd, the Cheka largely succeeded in disbanding all anarchist organizations. Particularly, on the 12th of April 1918, the Cheka raided 26 anarchist centers in Moscow, including the Moscow Federation of Anarchist Groups headquarters, namely House of Anarchy. Oh, that sounds like a fucking badass band name. In almost all cases, the anarchists surrendered without a fight. Yet, in the Donskoy Monastery and at the House of Anarchy, the anarchists fiercely resisted the Cheka. As a result, a dozen Chekists were killed, while 40 anarchists were killed or wounded, and approximately 500 more were imprisoned.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's why I said that. I think some of these views are based in ignorance. See, I
And
didn't even know. I mean, I knew that Stalin
Cosmic
was
in chat.
terrible. I didn't.
Yeah, Lenin wasn't great either. He wasn't Stalin,
Yeah.
but he was not great either. Cosmic in chat says Lenin's biggest crime is his attack on the Mensheviks and starting the Russian Civil War that essentially extinguished the intelligentsia.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think of that one way or another. If I have it right, the Mensheviks were the people who like who wanted who wanted Russia to stay a monarchy. Um,
Um,
Although I don't know, I don't remember if they said like a complete or if they wanted like a constitutional monarchy, like what liberals at the time wanted.
I mean, I don't think it's as much about the politics of it as the amount of people who were killed as a result of the Civil War.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that it some of it like if they're um I mean like I don't if most of the casualties were like royalist bootlickers, I don't know if I don't know how I'd think about that or if
I
I'd
Feel So
like be as
Tired
sad about that.
says any revolution whose basis isn't individual rights tends to follow precisely this arc, which is true.
Yeah, but I mean, regardless, you also said that it affected that like one of the first victims were uh Bakunist anarchists anyway.
Well,
But I
anarchists
mean,
are
yeah,
the
like this
ultimate
model of
individual rightists, aren't they?
right, yeah, yeah,
Although I don't support anarchy, but yeah.
yeah. I mean, like me neither. But this is also why like I'd never be so far left as to call myself a like like be tanky
Yeah.
left.
Cosmic with the stats. The Russian Civil War, 7th of November 1917 to the 25th of October 1922, killed over 10 million people and created a million refugees. So, yes, he was referring to the attack starting the Civil War that led to that many people dying. Man, the Russians do not do war small, do they? The Russians like never have a reasonable death toll. It's always some crazy fucking number.
Yeah, you know, my biggest the Russians don't play dirty. That's my biggest thing.
They do or they don't play dirty.
They do,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know. Like if you want to go to war, you know what I mean? Target the military assets, fine. No, they go after civilians. They yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, no alleged.
I'm just thinking about the
And
current war. I mean, I think they
I know
probably are, but like, we're in the middle
they
of a
are. There's
war.
video of it. There's tons of video of them, the bombs hitting residential areas. And you can't
Yeah,
really say,
but
oopsies, did
yeah,
I miss? Unless it's like a military base right there next to
unless there's a
that.
military base right there, right? And that's probably their argument. So we have to see what the issue is. Um, but a lot of
They play
people have died
dirty.
in
They
Ukraine.
just dirty. They don't care. See the video of the Ukraine soldiers that surrendered and they were laying on the
And they
floor
just
and
popped
they
them.
just pop. Ah,
Yeah, Cosmic, I think you're right. Although the Great Leap Forward, well,
Was
technically that's
backwards.
not a war, so that doesn't really count. It was
Isn't it more like the Great Leap
backwards.
backwards though?
Yeah, that was like the fucking stumble backwards. Let's see. There's no way there's casualty estimates are accurate at this point. But let's see what they have on Lay Wikipedia page. That's true. There is the civil war between what became Taiwan and Mao. Compared to like the Russian conflicts, no way. Chinese Civil War. Um, I don't know, actually. It's pretty up there. It is pretty up there. Let me see. Hang on.
I'll be back.
Estimated 4 to 9 million deaths in the Chinese Civil War. So that is still pretty high. But yeah, the Russians kind of take the cake. Anyway, 10 U.S. Code 12406, National Guard and Federal Service. So this is the code that Trump cited to call in the National Guard in Los Angeles. And we're going to go through these stipulations. And I'm going to say why I do not think this was legal. 1. The National Guard and Federal Service call whenever 1. The United States or any commonwealths or possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. Obviously not the case. 2. There is a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. And I think that is the point that he's probably going to try to cite. And 3, the president is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Now, there was really no indication that was the case. As far as I know, as far as I've seen, LAPD was handling it. Nobody was asking for the National Guard. Neither California nor Los Angeles nor the LAPD was asking for the National Guard. They seem to be handling it just fine. And so I don't think 3 is very good. Now, 2. Rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. So I think the argument they're going to make is that there were threats that they would try to enter the ICE facility, the federal ICE facility, and that would have been the justification or rebellion, or in this case, I guess they'd call it insurrection, in order to justify sending the National Guard. Here's why I don't think that's going to fly. In the past, there have been assaults in Los Angeles against federal buildings. The LAPD has been the one to handle it. That's how it's always gone. If they have needed the help in the past, they have asked for it, such as with the Rodney King riots and so on, and they did not. The number of people that were gathered around these protests that were causing issues, that were making it violent, did not seem to be enough to justify this. These were generally smaller, isolated incidents. It wasn't until the announcement was made that the National Guard was coming in that everything sort of exploded out of control. And now we're in a situation where, okay, now it is, as a result of that, at a point where the National Guard is going to be here. But I am firmly of the belief that this only happened as a result of the National Guard being called in the first place. I think it exacerbated the issue, made it far worse, and from what I had seen and from people I know at the protests or on the ground, these things were not even, some of these people were at BLM as well. They were saying this was nowhere close to where it was for BLM. So I do not believe this was justified, and I don't think this could rise to the definition of a rebellion or a danger of a rebellion. So I do understand that the state of California is going to be suing the federal government for their deployment of the National Guard without approval of the governor. And I think they've got a pretty good case as far as I've seen. But those are my 2 cents. If anyone else wants to add something. Hey, Victoria.
I'm just like what I asked before, like inquired about before. I assumed that that National Guardsmen aren't educated to know these things, whether
That's not their.
their
It's
orders
not their
are.
job to know that. Their job is to protect the
Yeah.
Constitution. They are following their chain of command. I don't put anything on the soldiers, the National Guardsmen, or even the Marines if they get sent in. This is. If there's a mistake here,
I wish
it's at
they
the
did,
top.
but that's beyond the point. I mean, the point. I mean, you kind of change my mind here a little bit in terms of how judgmental I am towards these people, because, like,
Well, I'm
as you said,
glad.
it's not
I'm
necessarily
glad to hear that.
necessarily a direct violation of the Constitution, and
No.
unfortunately, they're not educated, and like it's not their job, so therefore they're not going to be educated and like knowing, is this order legal or not? Like they're not
Right.
necessarily going to know that. Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't like Nuremberg, right? This is right. Like this isn't. We were just following orders while we massacred people.
Yeah,
So
no, they're not tools for a genocide. They're not
no.
tools for a we have to make Germany great again because
Right.
the big nose alien parasites are like you are taking over the world or something.
Yeah. No. I think it was an overreach of executive power. I don't believe it should have been done, but we are where we are, and they were doing their job. So I don't fault the soldiers, of course. You want to chime in, Victoria? Oh, she can't right now. Okay, maybe later. But if any of you in chat have any arguments against what I'm saying, please feel free. You know I love to hear it. And look, granted, part of me is just pissed, right? Because this is my city, this is where I live, I'm protective of it. Don't want the federal government coming in here and doing things like that. And so maybe part of this is reactionary on my part. But looking at this, I don't feel that this rises, that the current situation rises to any of these 3 points.
Good thing is that there, like at least where I'm at, there's not a at least I'm not aware of a whole lot of ice gang activity where I'm at. So I
No.
don't think my area is getting hit as hard with this as like your place, Jordan. I mean, I'm also on like I'm on the opposite side of the country.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Too.
LA obviously is where shit is going down right now, so.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Shit doesn't really go down here like it does over there, from what I hear.
Yeah, my guess is like well, I don't know. I mean, you're in like a more left-leaning area, right? Specifically?
A more left-leaning area of a
Of a right-wing
predominant
state, yeah.
majority right-leaning area, but
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, like it's still it's not going to be like L.A.
yeah. LA loves to protest. We've got a lot of, and look, don't get me wrong, like, I'm not saying I necessarily support everybody that's protesting or all of the sentiments that are being shown in the protests either, right? Specifically, my issue is I am not a fan of the federal intervention here. It does feel like overreach. It does feel like, we know that Trump, I mean, we know this. Trump has been waiting for an opportunity to exert a level of federal authority over states that he doesn't like. We know this, right? This is not like a secret. He's said as much, essentially.
Yeah, the fat orange
and to
loser
me,
who...
and again, this is just an opinion, right? Just an opinion. I don't know this for sure. But this feels like he saw an opportunity here to go for it, and he jumped the gun. And it made the problem worse.
Ooh, look, an excuse to further the goals of my regime. Yeah.
I mean, I don't like to use that kind of language, but you could you could
I don't mind
say
using
it
that kind of
way,
language
I guess.
towards him.
I know. But yeah,
But
I feel
like,
like he
because like
saw
what
an
you said, I'm not going to
opportunity
use the
to go for it.
litigating. I'm not going to use litigating language against him. I'm just gonna. I might say at worst
Of course,
now
Cosmic,
that
there should not have been any violent protests. Nobody. Well, some people support violent protests. I don't support violent protests, but
it's a case by case.
the violent incidents were
Yeah.
generally isolated, and it's nothing LAPD hasn't handled before.
To be honest, it's like a case by case thing for me. But
And to my understanding, there was no one in the LAPD who was saying something like, "Hey, we need to handle this right now." Oh, Casper! Casper's over in YouTube chat. She yelled Thanos in the chat. Say hi to Casper, Thanos.
hi, Casper. Have I met Casper before?
Cosmic, I don't believe the National Guard should have been deployed in the first place. They were arresting plenty of people. As far as I saw, they were containing things. It wasn't getting out of control until the National Guard was deployed.
So what exactly was the protest stand or
I know.
riots about? What was
I
it
know.
about?
I
Like
don't
the
know what
ice
she's doing
activity?
over there. Kick is sucking where I'm at right now. Okay, so guys, I will translate Casper from YouTube for y'all.
Oh, you're on YouTube too.
They were deployed illegally, but they still should not have escalated the protests. The protests escalated as a response to them being deployed. So here in LA, everybody heard that the National Guard was being deployed, and hey Daniel, everybody heard that the National Guard was being deployed, and the temperature ramped up immediately. Casper says, yes,
Understandably,
Thanos.
I mean,
We've spoken a bit on Discord.
what now?
Casper said, and yes, Thanos, we've spoken a bit on Discord.
Oh, maybe I just don't recognize the username. Okay. I'd 100. If you've spoken before, I'd 100% recognize your voice.
Yeah. She's our other mod in Discord. And on my YouTube and on my Kick. She just happens to be a pretty fucking awesome person.
I know exactly what it's like
Saying
to
that
say.
should not have happened. They give an optical justification for the illegal order. I don't think a self-fulfilling prophecy is a justification. I think if it ramped up as a result of the order, they were exacerbating the issue. It wouldn't have ramped up had they not done it. I'm not exactly sure how that works, Cosmic. Help me understand what you're trying to say. Are you saying the protesters shouldn't have given an optical justification? Because these are fucking... I don't know if you watched it. A lot of these people are fucking idiots. They're not thinking rationally.
Like what were these protests about?
A lot of them was just like, hey, fuck ICE, fuck all these people. Get it? It was just this. There were people in this protest against ICE, right? Wearing keffiyehs and waving Palestinian flags. What? What? Like, what does that have to do with anything? So some of these people, it's like, who knows what they were even there for? Not everything's about Palestine.
Well, I think I might know what it might be about, like what ICE did to Mahmoud Khalil, which does actually relate to Israel Palestine.
But they were here to protest ICE doing raids here in Los Angeles. And so the people they're going after are going to primarily be like Latino or Hispanic. They're not going after any
They were
Palestinians in
protesting
Los
against like
Angeles.
like raids.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Somebody should
So
control
ICE
them
has
and tell
been
them to
doing
protest
raids,
peacefully.
and they've been going in different places, rounding up. So obviously, in like California, like SoCal, you're gonna have, a high Mexican population there.
Yep. And this
Yeah.
isn't the first time this has happened either. I remember they did
No,
this
it
back
happens.
during Bush as well.
Yeah, this has happened several times actually.
Yeah. So yeah, like the protests, I don't like. Protest peacefully. That's great. Don't get violent. These things happen in our country. There are ways to deal with them. Obviously, that's not good. And the LAPD, yes, clamp down on them, which they were doing.
I mean,
Somebody should control them and tell them to protest peacefully. Thank you, Cosmic. I'll make sure to let them know. Some people started playing dipshit communist anthems last night. Why? What does that mean?
So I mean, I don't know I don't know what's been tried, but like, yeah, violent
Casper.
protest is is like your first resort. That's like not a good thing, right? And like if you don't like get like justifiable grievances met peacefully, then I mean, you shouldn't complain when people start meeting them violently. Like that's kind of what caused the United States to
Yeah, except they didn't.
fight
They
against
didn't have
Brit-
those. They didn't even give the time for those justified grievances, right? Like where
Okay.
where was that, right? Their protests were a couple days. And you know how you deal with those grievances? You protest, you make your voice heard, and if they don't fix it, you speak at the ballot. That's what we do. That's how we do things in this country.
Okay, right? If that like, oh hey, I hate how ICE thugs are like kidnapping people in my community. Let me wait 4 years to put my ticket in a box. Yeah, I
Anna,
mean,
didn't
if
they
that's
teach you
really
to
the
write a
like
letter
gist
to
of it,
your
I don't blame these
congressman?
people for doing that.
Yep. You can write a letter to your congressman as well. There's a lot of other ways for you to do this. You
But yeah,
the
I mean,
problem.
generally, I do
Hang
think you
on.
should do that first
Here's the
before.
problem, Thanos. Here's the problem. What about the ICE raids are illegal?
Oh, what about them are illegal? I mean,
Yeah, that's a genuine question.
no, I'd like I'm no, yeah, I mean, I've heard that like some of them are like they just like break into your house without a warrant, and like you're supposed to have that.
So I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm unaware of any raids breaking into houses, but if you're an illegal immigrant and they're coming to arrest you, I'm pretty sure it's easy for them to get a warrant. Do you have any examples of them busting into places without warrants?
No, I mean, I can try and look up what I heard, but I mean,
Yeah.
really, this is just
So the
something that
problem
I
the
heard it
problem I
at.
have here with what you're saying is that they're not necessarily doing anything illegal, right? So the protests are to protest against something we don't like, which is fine. I support protesting things that you don't like, right? That's a good thing. That's how we get policy changed. That's how we do this stuff. But as soon as you start becoming violent, look, I get it. You're upset. It's going to take a long time to fix it. But getting violent doesn't help the situation. It makes it worse. And unfortunately, it allowed him a very easy excuse in the eyes of his supporters to send in the National Guard. And, you know, a lot of people on the MAGA side hate California anyway, right? They hate Newsom, they hate Karen Bass. They don't even live here, but they want to see us get fucked over. And so there's going to be a lot of support for them sending in the military to do stuff, right? I've already talked to friends of mine who are thrilled about this, right? Who think that California's been neglectful in a lot of these things. And so they think this is the right way to go. And so, you know, being violent gives them an excuse to do that. And we don't need to do that, especially for people who don't seem to have like a very coherent message beyond like fuck ICE, right? So Casper said, she said a few things earlier about the Palestine thing. It's not that deep, Dennis, I promise. It's just general grievance for government, the world. I agree with Tiny, which means Destiny, when he says that they need organizers to demand reform or policy change. That's another big problem, is a lot of these protests are very general. There's just a lot of people yelling things. They don't have like a leader or a leadership to galvanize them into a single point for them to demonstrate.
Or like specifically, right? Does it like say like what the grievances are? And
right, the message is very scattered. It's not coherent.
Okay.
Yeah, and so next message from Casper was like what grievance though? Palestinian flags, Mexican flags, Puerto Rican flags, etc. I'm not saying don't demonstrate, but there's no organization. It just says fuck ICE. And then over in Kick Chat, we got a few things. This is going to get bad, and I don't think Niemöller's poem has a great deal of weight with other minorities due to the prevalence of the Latino vote for Trump. You vote with your money and your work. There is only need for a nominal protest presence because they can't force you to buy things. Daniel, that's not true. Cosmic says Latino men voted 54% for this, so I'm not sure what they're protesting. Yeah, well, they're regretting that now a bit, aren't they? A lot of them have been saying that they regret their votes. But, you know, sometimes you got to learn a lesson the hard way. They're protesting it.
That makes me want to say something, but I don't...
Okay. Is it spicy? Is it edgy?
It's kind of spicy. It's not like, oh my gosh, you're gonna get sued if like no. I was just gonna say like obviously this isn't a fair comparison, but immediately what popped in my mind when like Latinos for Trump, try not to kill me as Jews for Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's like
yeah, well,
like the exact
on that topic, Queers for Palestine.
I'm not familiar with Palestinian culture. Are they not like the friendliest towards those type of people?
That's a bit of an understatement, my friend. It's literally like saying chickens for KFC.
Right.
Yeah, they are not very friendly towards gay people. Was it Palestine where they were tossing gay people off of roofs? I don't remember. Let me double check.
I thought that was Saudi Arabia.
No. Homosexuality in Palestine is considered a taboo subject, with LGBTQ people often experiencing persecution and violence. There is a significant legal divide between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. With the former, that's true. The West Bank is going to be a little bit better about it. With the former having more progressive laws and the latter having more conservative laws. Shortly after the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank in 1950, same-sex acts were decriminalized across the territory. And that is true. The West Bank is a little bit better because it was part of Jordan from like the 1950s to like the endish of the 1960s. Did you know that, by the way?
Sorry, say that again.
That the West Bank was part of Jordan and the Gaza Strip was part of Egypt for a time while Israel existed.
Was this before the 48?
No, this was after.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I would have been like, yeah, I figured that would be the case, like pre 1948, but no, I didn't know that post 48.
Yeah. So post 48, until what was it? The 6 Day War, the Yom Kippur War. Give me a second. Administration of the West Bank officially began on the 24th of April, 1950, ended with the decision to sever ties on July 31st of 1988. However, technically, from 67 to 88, it was occupied by Israel because of the 6 Day War. Which is also why much of the Jordanian population is actually Palestinian. Also, originally in the older, some of the older like partition maps, it was planned that the West Bank would become part of Jordan in some of the potential partitions. Till 67, yeah, 6 Day War. Anyway, back to LGBTQ rights. Palestine. Civil rights and violence. Scholar Timea Spitka stated that in Gaza, coming out is a death sentence because police do not act against queer-phobic violence. Domestic violence is not criminalized, and civil society organizations which protect women and children are reported to be, quote, vulnerable to attack. Spitka added, Spitka or Spitka? They wrote it both ways. Added in a related article that this vulnerability has, quote, been exploited by Israel, noting a connection between the Israeli occupation, lack of security and protection for women and non-heterosexual people, and lack of rule of law. In 2019, Haaretz interviewed 4 gay men and 1 gay woman living in Gaza who recounted their experiences. One man recounted his rough treatment by Hamas members, while others said they feared being arrested, outed, then forced into heterosexual marriage by their families. All 4 said that social media was a game changer in meeting other LGBTQ individuals, but some feared catfishing by undercover Hamas or Israeli intelligence agents. Gay men who flirt with Israeli soldiers on dating apps worry about being catfished by Hamas's security services. Some interpretations of Palestinian law say that it does not outlaw consensual gay sex between adults. Anis F. Qasim, editor-in-chief of the Palestinian Yearbook of International Law, said that Palestinian law, even in Gaza, could be interpreted as allowing non-commercial sex between consenting adult men. Except there's definitely... I feel like this article is not addressing that there have been a lot of crimes, like really vicious crimes. Yeah. Human rights organizations have documented numerous cases where Hamas has executed individuals suspected of being gay or lesbian. These executions are often publicized through videos and photos as a method of instilling fear and demonstrating the regime's strict adherence to its interpretation of Sharia law. Anyway, yeah, it's not a great place for gay people. Daniel says, it was Transjordan, but we can't have that. No, sir. Only Cisjordan here.
I was just about to make that joke.
Yeah.
I was something like that. I was gonna be like, there's no such thing as Transjordan now. It went through went through gay conversion therapy and now is cis. Or well, I
Yeah.
mean that's not the joke's still funny. You get what I mean.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. On. Anyway, yeah. Palestine. Famously not a bastion of LGBTQ rights. Even the West Bank is not safe. No, but it's going to be safer than Gaza. Let's see. What do you got?
And
for me,
luckily,
Danny?
my friend who's first generation
Oh shit.
American from a dad who's Palestinian, their family is in the West Bank and not
So,
Gaza, so they're not getting fucked by Israel.
oh my god, do you see the date, Daniel? Ooh, spooky. So on the 7th of October 2022, a year before, the BBC reports gay Palestinian Ahmad Abu Maria beheaded in the West Bank.
By Hamas?
No, this is the West Bank.
By the PA?
No, the PA doesn't do that sort of thing usually. They arrested the suspect. It was Fatah by his family? No. LGBTQ groups. Boy, isn't that interesting what LGBTQ groups were saying a year before October 7th, 2023. LGBTQ groups say he had spent 2 years in Israel waiting on an asylum claim to flee abroad after receiving death threats from within his community. Wow, how the turn tables! Boy, they're saying different shit nowadays, aren't they?
Can you hear me?
Hmm? What'd you say?
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, there we go. Now my green thing is flickering. I didn't know if you could hear me because I didn't see the green circle light up when I talked.
Yeah.
Yeah, just you said the tables have turned. What's going on?
Oh, in this article, the LGBTQ groups are seeing Israel as a place where he would be claiming asylum to flee after death threats. I highly doubt they'd be singing that same tune now. Some, and this was back in October of 2022, some 90 Palestinians who identify as LGBT currently live as asylum seekers in Israel. I don't know what the number is now. The newspaper said after suffering discrimination in their home communities, they have only been allowed to seek work in Israel since July.
That sucks. I mean, even though even though like what Israel's doing in the Strip is not okay. They're at the same time, I guess people are definitely not wrong that Israel is friendlier to those type of minorities uh, than those other areas are.
Well, honestly, if I were an Arab, I'd rather live in Israel than either of those places too.
No, I mean, would I be beheaded for existing in Israel?
No, of course not. Even as like a straight Arab.
Well, I would think especially as a straight Arab, but even as a gay Arab.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you don't have to deal with any form of Sharia or Muslim law.
Because it's not a very Muslim area.
No, it's a free society, right? It's like a Western
Yeah.
democracy.
I mean, yeah, it's one of the few democracies in the. Well, yeah, few. It's like one of the only
Yeah.
democracies
Lebanon
in that area,
is
isn't it?
Lebanon is coming out of this Hezbollah conflict very well. by the way. They are moving forward in a very positive direction, and I'm hopeful for them. And wouldn't you know it, Hezbollah was the problem.
Aren't they the type of people to like behead those type of minorities?
Oh yeah, I mean they killed a
Yeah.
shit ton of people in Syria. Do I hear a pager somewhere? Sorry, I had to.
Oh shit! Israel is sending pagers to the United States now. That's not a good way to treat their allies.
Yeah. I think we would check those pagers nowadays. Alright, let's see. What else do we want to get onto? Yeah. Are you still in chat? I know the first thing when we got in here, you mentioned Greta being quote unquote kidnapped. Why don't we talk about the Greta situation?
Wasn't Greta like going over there to like stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people or something like that?
Yeah, it was it was like it was a stunt. They had like what, 10 boxes of aid on their boat? And now there's a picture of her grinning like an idiot while the IDF gives her food and water. While she's saying she's been kidnapped.
Well, you can like not like what Israel's doing and not lie about what they're doing. Not that I don't really know this situation. I'm just saying in general.
A Gaza-bound aid boat carrying Greta Thunberg, and at least she didn't get her fellow flotilla people killed like the Irish dude did. What are you talking about? I feel so tired. I missed that one. I don't care for Insta models who vacation on luxury yachts in the Mediterranean. A Gaza-bound aid boat carrying Greta Thunberg and other activists arrived at an Israeli port Monday after Israeli forces stopped and detained them, enforcing a long-standing blockade of the Palestinian territory that has been tightened during the Israel-Hamas war. The boat, accompanied by Israel's Navy, arrived in Ashdod in the evening, according to Israel's foreign minister. It published a photo on social media of Thunberg after disembarking. The 12 activists were undergoing medical checks to ensure they are in good health, the ministry said. They were expected to be held at a detention facility in Ramleh before being deported, according to Adala, a legal rights group representing them. The activists had set out to protest Israel's military campaign in Gaza, which is among the deadliest and most destructive since World War II? How? I mean, maybe you could make the argument that the destruction, sure, but deadliest? Not even close, dog. And its restrictions on the entry of humanitarian aid. Both have put the territory of about 2 million Palestinians at risk of famine, as they have been for the last 2 years. Where's the famine, though? The Freedom Flotilla Coalition, which organized the voyage, said the activists were kidnapped by Israeli forces while trying to deliver desperately needed aid. The ship was unlawfully boarded, its unarmed civilian crew abducted, and its life-saving cargo, including baby formula, food, and medical supplies, confiscated, it said in a statement. It said the ship was seized in international waters about 200 kilometers from Gaza, and Adallah asserted that Israel had, quote, no legal authority to take it over. Israel's foreign ministry portrayed the voyage as a public relations stunt, which it kind of is, saying on social media that the selfie yacht of the celebrities is safely making its way to the shores of Israel. This is an uncharacteristically biased article for AP to be sharing. Oh, okay. This is not a wire. This was just written by journalists.
So they're all gonna say that, and you'll see what you expect. Hamas will say the same thing. Oh, you violated international waters. Thing is that most people don't really understand how maritime operations work there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go in, that's a whole other discussion in itself. But what you'll see in the reporting is very misleading. I mean, even to the ship's name. I mean, it's registered. It's UK. It's UK flagged. There's a lot of different elements here. But yeah, what I've seen so far, and just across all the different major reporting outlets, is that kind of rhetoric, which is misrepresents what's going on. I mean, everything from we lost communications. Oh, you mean you turned off your IAS responder, as has been advised for the last year and a half, which is unusual in itself, if you even had one.
Yeah. I mean,
I
I
would
don't
love
know.
to see that ship security plan. There's so many things that I would love to inquire about. That
Yeah, and I feel like
I know for fact. Well, not for fact, excuse me, but we're not there. So
sure.
to just make, I mean, to make the statement in her pleasure yacht. Here we come with like what, a prosthetic leg and food for two.
Yeah. Yeah, there were like just a few
I don't like
boxes
seeing
of
people
aid.
throw their lives away or really interfere with. It's not even just about Israel. The entire Mediterranean right now. I mean, everything from. It's not just the Israel part. So we'll see what happens next few days with the reporting, but there's a lot of information that's, I mean, if you know the sources to go to, but if you're just going to go like with mainstream media, or
I
even
just
the
went to
alternative
AP
media.
because I was just looking for like a wire.
No, they're all doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
But
like,
as you could see,
see
as I was
across
reading
all
it, I was like, what is this? This isn't the sort
Oh,
of
it
thing
gets
AP
worse. I
usually
mean,
does.
go to any of your favorites, and it's.
Like, usually AP is very, not opinionated in its reporting. But this one set off alarm bells a little bit. And plus, I think we all kind of understood, right? I think everybody kind of understood that that the boat was going to be stopped and detained. Like, this isn't a surprise to anybody, right? Oh, Thanos took off. Scarecrow! What is up, buddy? Oh, Thanos had to go. How's it going, good bud? How ya doing? Everybody say what's up to Scarecrow. So yeah, we're watching the Greta thing. Looking at the Greta thing. Yeah, it's weird. It's goofy. This does feel very much like it was done to get a lot of news. Because they knew what was going to happen. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Doing good, buddy. Had to do some birthday weekend vibes with me and the kiddos. Nice. Wait a minute. What day is your birthday, Scarecrow? Because you know that means we have to do a birthday stream for you, bud. Oh, no! You didn't tell us. Alright, well then you know what you get? You get a free, without having to redeem any chat points. You come here. You come and say hi to your buddy. You come and say hi to your buddies. Come here. Hello. Hi. Hello. Look at that. Everybody wants to say hi to you. Mm-hmm. She's still sleepy. She was sleeping. Let me get your paw. That's a paw. That's a paw. Hi. Look at this. Who's that? Huh? Is that Scarecrow? Can we get you to say hi? Can we get you to say hi to Scarecrow? You say hi to Scarecrow. Say hi. Mika, say hi to Scarecrow. Say hi, Scarecrow. I know. Say hi. That's a girl. Happy girl. I know, I love her too, buddy. She's a good one. She's a good egg. This one. You're a good egg. You hear that? Good egg. Alright, get the fuck out of here. Go. I love you, but go. I gotta sit back down. Come on. Good girl. I'm doing okay. We were talking about it earlier. I think this is an illegal deployment of the National Guard. I do not want them here. I want them out of my city. I don't like it. I don't like Trump ordering the military here with what we know about how he feels about California. I don't like it. I don't think it was justified. I'm not happy. Yep, LAPD feels the same. The mayor, we don't really care what she has to say because she fucking kind of sucks. But Newsom also feels the same. And I am on a big time based fucking Newsom path right now, bro. I am saying based Newsom. I love Newsom right now. I think he's doing the right thing. I think he's handling this the right way. If he keeps going with these kind of things, his chances at getting a nomination for presidency go higher and higher. Although I don't know how I feel about having a president whose first name is Gavin. Ew. No, this doesn't. How is this a serious breach of international law? They're violating a blockade. Doesn't matter if you're a civilian or not. If you're violating a blockade, you're going to get arrested. That's so stupid. Oh. All right. All right. What else did I want to go over today? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, this happened today. This was fuckered, man. Bro. Bro. This is crazy. We're going to get rid of all of the vaccine people. Fuck off, dude. Unbelievable. And he's gonna put in, like, I shit you not, he's probably gonna put in crazy fucking people. I mean, we'll see, but... A clean sweep is needed to reestablish public confidence in vaccine science. Or maybe not the constant demonization of well-established and well-founded science by people who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Yeah, guys, what do you think about this? I mean, this shit seems fucking crazy to me. Would you all fall asleep or something? Jesus Christ. Everybody got quiet. He died of... He can do the work of 17 scientists. Yes, more meme answers. I fucking love it. So yeah, this is crazy to me as well. All right. We're going to do our dailies real quick. And then I kind of want to move on to that Jubilee. Nice. Blah, 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 blah. Goo. Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. It's morbidly funny seeing him run down career. Damn it, I feel so tired. I saw that. I saw you say that. Ah, man. I can't look. I can't look at chat. Order, reserve, quest, book. Nice. Spelling bee ranks minus a letter. Cool. I did not. I swear to God. This wasn't a very hard one today. Come on. All right. So we're in New York here, right? Just like, is this Times Square? It looks like Times Square. Now it looks like it's talking about the war. Come on, baby, let's go. Let's go. Nice. 115 meters. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Oh. You're kidding me. 2 points away. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. It's okay. We take those, right? Okay, we take those. Vietnam? Maybe? No. Oh. Indonesia. I think this is a trick. But where? Oh no, because Indonesia's all over the fucking place. Probably somewhere near Australia, right? Like maybe like I don't know. Like fucking shit. Whoa, Daniel. What's up? Oh, you're muted, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, so yeah, it's just basically like a little bit more about like, so it's very complicated, um, like you might know with maritime law and things like that. But there have been um, several, I guess you could call it doctrines or treaties, however you want to phrase it. One of them is called San Remo, and it sort of sets out guidelines for sea-based conflicts. And it came
No,
out of
you're absolutely right, Daniel. And I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm speaking lazily, like when I just say maritime law. But yeah, there's many things. But keep going.
But basically, there was a conflict, of course, as you know, when there was commandos sent to raid a flotilla back in 2010, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And so the results, basically, the long and the short of this Palmer report, basically found by the UN. So it found that while the Israeli government acted excessively and recklessly by using commandos to try and raid the flotilla boats back then. It also outlined that it was reckless to try and break the blockade, as the blockade had been determined to
And
be
there's where's my issue is
literally.
like morally and personally is just the reckless and forget about the idea and Israel and all, with
Yeah,
all the military act with everything that's going on in the Mediterranean as a whole. And then you just want to float on in with your yachts and
Yeah.
I mean, we could argue, well, something's better than nothing, but this is where I kind of draw the line of like, so for what? And also, the way, like, at least the messaging from like Flotilla Inc. or her or whatever, I don't necessarily want to say it's disingenuous, but again, just how they're speaking and how they're speaking about it. And again, if I'm arguing from their point is to raise more awareness about the issue and all that stuff, but I just kind of draw a line of just negligence and throwing your life away on others.
and let's
You
be
got
honest, no
piracy
one.
going on, there's all kinds of things going on, right? I mean, I just, to me, I'm like, if that's what you want to do, but it just, I and again, I need to like work out my thoughts here a little bit better to communicate this, but I just, it's extremely
I don't.
reckless, and anybody who's like seasoned in like humanitarian aid, like these sorts of areas, again, like I appreciate the care and we all care, but this is just this is like sending you. It's like, hey, see like there's 50 soldiers over there, and just go walk up to them with your rifle. Like, it's like, what are you doing?
I
This
don't
is
think
just.
anyone on the boat thought that they were going to be able to get there. It's like
I was kind of wondering
it's
that
a
too when I looked at it. I'm like, what is this? I'm just thinking of like dun 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 dun. I'm like, okay.
yeah. I mean, is she going
If
to
you look
land
at
there?
it,
And
if you look at like the maritime like if you look at how much traffic is in there, like I'm just like, I don't. And then just when I saw the yacht itself, I'm like, rough seas in
yeah,
itself. You know, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if she thought she was going to be welcomed like Daenerys Targaryen or something, landing, setting foot. But I mean, there's absolutely no way that that was going to make it through. And I mean, it's a stunt because they recorded videos ahead of time saying that they were
Yeah.
kidnapped.
No, I saw that.
So, and then here's
Again,
my
and to
thing:
be
if you want,
charitable, like I guess to raise awareness, but I just can't. The Cyrus in me is like, nah, no. This is and not only that. Again, I mean, from an opportunist, more like criminal mindset, I'd be looking at that ship like, well, this is a perfect opportunity for me, whatever my goals or intentions are.
and the
It's
amount of
just
aid you can fit on
reckless.
a boat is minuscule. I mean, if you really wanted to get aid in a better way, I would make the argument you should try collecting aid for convoys and make sure you're filming things, drive into Israel, drive to the border, and you
Absolutely.
make a much better case for getting aid, and you'd be able to get much more aid in, and you'd be also be able to sell your case a lot better. For instance, if you're turned away, um,
Yeah, I
but
agree.
just trying to it just seems like just trying to break a blockade just for brownie points to say we broke the blockade.
Yeah, again, you come in with your like pleasure boat, your personal watercraft. It's like I'm gonna break up this blockade that's been in place for Jesus years. Like okay, I when I see these, and again, I can to be charitable. I mean, I can appreciate the spirit in driving awareness to the issue because I'm very sensitive to that too. But again, this is just poor planning at the very least. That's an understatement.
I've heard some people say that the aid on the boat will still be distributed, but I've been unable to.
I've seen a few articles that said that as well.
Yeah, but I have been
I
unable
don't
to
see
find
why they
anything
wouldn't,
that
but I mean, then
supports
again,
that
like
one
where
way or
that
another.
goes in the supply chain, I'm not gonna even like look to evaluate that because I don't even know that you could really trace that at that point.
Yeah,
So it like regardless if they say, yeah, we're definitely gonna do that, it's like how are you gonna verify like the 3 bags of flour
yeah, yeah. I mean, there's
kind
like
of thing.
a lot more aid they're distributing right now than
And there's a
whatever
whole
was on that
process
boat.
that's involved with that as well.
Yeah.
So
I think they're doing some 1 point something million meals a day right now when the aid areas aren't getting shut down.
Yeah, and I think what was on the boat was far less than a truckload.
Oh yeah,
If
it
you
was
have
like
maps, it's far
really
less.
small amount. Because it
And then
was,
the
I mean, like
problem
if you
is
look
too
at the
when you,
boat, it's not like a big boat or anything. It's a small boat.
yeah, and then the thing is too, if you really want to get that aid in, but you know the boat is going to be intercepted, which you had to know that the boat was going to be intercepted. It's almost sort of
I mean,
selfish in a way
they
because
said
you're
it,
delaying that aid.
right? They had said it many
You're de-
times that yeah, they were going
yeah,
to intercept
you're
the boat.
delaying that aid getting to people. So it
exactly.
just
Well, I
seems
mean,
like
like
an
for
aesthetic thing.
more resources, and it wasn't just IDF. Do you think that you don't think that all eyes and all traffic was looking at that? I'd love to see were they on VHS 16? I'd love to hear that. I mean, like, come on.
Yeah.
But again, I guess from their side, it's just putting and I mean, it did. We saw I don't know some folks out of the UN condemning but that's to be expected from these kind of things. Like I said, I mean, what do you think Hamas is going to say? Of course, they're going to say that. And by the way, as I say these things, I'm not on any particular team. I'm just looking at the facts of what's been released here, and I really hate when I see situations like that that are just
Well, I'm on the team of there should be aid for the people of Gaza.
well, yeah. I mean, I'm on Team Human.
Yeah.
To be clear, I'm just talking about. It's not what I'm saying is it's not from the standpoint of like what Israel's doing or should or shouldn't. This is just more just being reckless.
Yeah.
Period.
I'm obviously supporting the efforts of the GHF right now in Gaza. I think over time that's going to be more and more successful. There's a measure of success happening right now, even though there appear to have been some minor skirmishes near these aid points, and there's a lot of confusion as to what's going on there vis-a-vis Hamas and their attempts to intimidate people, as well as reports of Israeli fire. I don't know, like it's chaos, but it's the middle of a war zone, so we expect chaos. Either way, I hope they continue being able to distribute aid.
I do too. My comment's not about that.
No.
It applies to other
I'm just saying
scenarios, too,
generally. Yeah.
An influencer going into an active war zone, like these.
No,
those kinds of decisions.
I don't know what they were doing, but she could have just gone to Israel. Like she literally could have just gone to Israel, brought aid with her,
or
and
just
then
go
said
through the
here.
proper channels to do that. There is a process for this.
Yeah, and
now,
say here, I want to
we
submit the aid.
We don't need to go into the whole. Well, are they actually distributing it? Like we can compartmentalize that and just talk about this part of the process, which is there is a process for it, regardless if it's efficient or the best. But just be like, I'm gonna get on my pirate boat and sail across, from Italy, and easy peasy lemon squeezy. No.
Yeah. To circumvent the process. But I mean, like that's the thing is like GHF is a private organization. They're coordinating with Israel, right? But they're not run by the IDF. They're not run by Israel. I think they're like partially American owned or something like that. And they're the ones who are distributing.
It's a joint.
Yeah.
I think it's like a U.S. owned. I don't know. U.S. Israel, one of those things.
Let me look. Yeah, let me just look it up before I say something. It's like, who owns GHF?
Yeah, and that's another thing. I never have this stuff in front of me, so I can't usually, just pull it out of my brain and just start speaking off.
So the headquarters are in Bahrain. They are. Wait. No, this is not the right. This is not the right thing.
I wouldn't even bother doing that. I did this earlier, and you'll spend quite some time trying to resolve the discrepancies between all these different reports.
Let's see. Well, let me just see what
Greta doing Greta things.
Graza Humanitarian Foundation. Let me just see. It is formerly led by Director Jake Wood until his resignation on May 25th. It's backed by the Trump admin and the Israeli government. It is owned, so headquartered in Delaware.
Yeah.
Incorporated in the U.S. Has not released information on its funding sources. Early on, the former CEO of the World Central Kitchen was a board member. So yeah.
And what you're gonna start finding as you look into those people and you start unraveling those threads, like I said, you'll find yourself into this for the next 8 hours.
For distribution centers.
Usually with these kind of incidents, I just, what's reported, and then, I'll go to I usually cut straight to different sources, I'll obviously, read media and, news outlets as well.
Sure.
But, I usually wait and take pause. I'm like, just wait, it'll come out.
As for the incidents that are happening at the aid distribution centers, I have tried to find solid reporting, and there is none.
You're not going to. You're really not going. You're not. Yeah. This is pretty. Unfortunately, this isn't unique to this situation either.
No.
Humanitarian aid fuckery. The good and the bad. This just isn't unique here.
Yeah.
So kind of tracing that and tracking that down.
Happens in conflicts all over the world. It happens in with like
Well,
I
I
know
don't mean
one
to
of the,
dismiss it. It's a serious issue for me, but
no,
you know,
I agree.
I'm not gonna spend my time like trying to sort through. Are they actually doing this ethically and by the books? You know, and I'm like, well, my shortcut is probably not no. But that doesn't imply or mean that there isn't any well-meaning,
Right.
people on all sides and that things aren't happening. It just means that, coming to the conclusion that like it's good or bad or it's right or wrong or that it's going the way it's supposed to. I don't think you're going to be able to get to the bottom of that. None of
So
us are privy to this.
I've seen that investigation, Sleepy Joe, and in that investigation, they themselves admit that they only have a partial understanding of the whole situation. But like for example, a comparable situation that I know that my mother dealt with, for example, in Cuba, was with trying to get aid and distributing aid to the Cubans. Very, very, very difficult with the regime that's there, and so yeah, when it comes to aid distribution in general, it can be a whole thing. It can be very difficult. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how you doing, Jordan?
What?
How you doing, Jordan?
Dad, what are you doing?
I'm here with Josh.
I guessed as much. Yeah.
What's up? You guys having fun talking about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and Greta Thunberg?
Yes.
You know, it was really super heroic what she did. She really made a difference.
Okay.
Really, all like few pounds of aid that she brought.
Did bring a prosthetic leg, apparently.
Oh, I mean,
Jokes
Wait, just
aside, I
one?
mean, I guess you could say, she got some of the rabble rousers from the UN, and like I said, I mean,
sure.
is the question, is it better than nothing? Well, for me, no.
The aid was it's less than a fraction of what one of the trucks that's going in right now is delivering.
No, I mean, like, just trying versus doing nothing.
I don't think she's trying. I think it was a publicity stunt.
No, I agree. I'm trying to be charitable.
Yeah, no, it's not. I think she's an angry person who's I don't know. It's like she never saw her bring aid to like Sudan or help any of the women in Iran. You know, it's very specific.
Yeah, no, it's been a pattern of behavior.
Yeah.
Does she not does she not care about climate change anymore, or is that like,
No, she clearly doesn't.
or is that like, is it just because it's not
The funny thing
cool
is,
right
in all
now?
the articles, though, they're like, Greta, climate activists, and
Yeah.
then blah 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 the other people. But like each article that you see, like it's Greta, climate activists, and I'm like, and so I always take it from the perspective of like a dumbass civilian. I'm like, huh, climate activists trying to break up a blockade. Interesting.
I mean, that sounds nice on paper, and that's what they're banking on. You know, I kind of wish. Part of me does wish that they let them dock there and just see what happens. But
No, we can't do that.
there's too many things that can go wrong.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Precedent. I do hear. Did you hear that they made them watch the 43-minute video of?
Yes, I think that was a good thing to do.
They turned their backs. Apparently,
They turned their
Fine.
backs.
yeah, they really care about innocent
That's
people.
fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
That's fucking
Yeah, but
gross.
do we
man.
I heard them saying that, but do we actually even have any evidence of that? Like they said that.
That was what was reported, I guess, if you were to believe.
No,
the
no,
report.
that's what I'm saying. Like all we know is what's been reported. No, I'm just saying that.
I
we
mean, I
don't
doubt
know
we'll
that's
get
the
much more
case.
than that. Maybe they'll come out and say it. They'll probably actually come out and say it. Actually,
I mean, it's
if
not
they
that I don't
did.
think it's something. To be honest, I don't think it's in like Israeli interest to say that they turned their backs. I think
Yeah.
that doesn't. I really think that's true.
If they really did that, I think they would, considering what their views are, they would probably be proud to say so. So I imagine they will say it when they get back. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, yeah. It's been.
Making all that
Oh,
shit up to make it just to make Israel look worse. Oh, they forced us to watch this terrible footage. We don't have to.
I think
Yeah.
it's
But I
it's
just take
good.
it
I
at
think
face
if you're
value as
gonna
it's reported, because I don't
hold
know.
this strong of a position, and if you've spent the last like 1.5 years watching all of the footage coming out of Gaza,
Yeah.
it's important to at least see what the Israelis went through on October 7th.
Yeah, you know,
Even if it doesn't
I have
change your
this-
mind.
Jordan, I've had this idea for a while, which is probably crazy in some way, but like, if I were Israel, because they suck at PR, right? And not just they
They're
suck
so
at it, but
bad at
also there's not enough like Jews in the world, compared to the billions of people against, So the voices are just crushed, especially in media, but also social media.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were them, it sounds crazy, but I would have giant
I
projector
did
screens.
Cosmic, yeah.
I would have giant projector screens up playing that footage 24/7, so that it's something the news would see and report on when they see it. It's just always there. You know what I mean? Like hovering
There's a
over.
giant-
Have
There's
you,
a
like,
giant billboard of that says
Is it the Jew
we were in
belong
gas chambers 80 years ago, so billboards being anti-Jewish comes to no surprise to us, or something like that. Right there on Venice, it's right next to me. I pass it every day on the way to the gym.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Something
they've
like
got
that.
billboards like the Jew belong billboards and stuff. I'm talking about like giant
The PR is really
projected-
bad though, because there's been a couple billboards
They're
that I
really
thought were
bad.
pretty cringe.
They are one of the
that are
worst.
really bad.
They are
cringy,
one of
'cause we
the
suck at
worst
PR.
countries at PR in the world, honestly.
Yeah, but Jews are just seem to be bad at it in general. But it's like they're playing to more like intellectual people, and it's not how people work. You need to play to people's emotional
Mm-hmm.
sides, and so that's what I'm saying. What's working to everybody? Seeing videos on nonstop of the havoc caused in Gaza, which is horrible. But like it's war, right?
They're like, we
And
don't want to
that-
traumatize anybody. I'm like,
and,
fuck
and
it,
all you have to do is
traumatize
show
them.
somebody that, and it's all you have to do is show somebody that and go, the IDF wanted to do this. They targeted that child, and people believe
Right.
it. So you know what? Nonstop footage of Hamas doing what they're doing and saying, that at least balances out the emotional arguments a little bit. I mean, that's just
I didn't need to see the footage to know that what happened
see, I
and to
did see it,
understand the
and I
reports.
wish I didn't.
But
But
let me just finish.
I didn't
A
watch
few
it.
days ago, I finally watched a lot of it.
you did really a few days ago.
Yeah, I did. And you know what? Yeah, it's exactly what I thought.
It's. I actually think it was worse than what I thought. That's why I thought it was worth it for some people to see. Like people who don't believe it. And even if you do believe it, like
Cosmic,
it's just-
we all prefer the intellectual approach, but what do you think all these masses online who have been roped in by certain narratives are feeling? You think it's because they're being given the intellectual approach? Or do you think it's because their emotions are being appealed to?
Yeah, emotional manipulation is like prime
It's
politics.
emotional manipulation, 100%.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
people
I
are easy
mean,
to manipulate.
all
Who
politics.
cares for the mob? They can go fly a kite. Well, that's very easy for us here who are not in Israel to say.
Well, there are plenty of Jews in Hollywood that could certainly present it a different way if they went and collaborated.
Yeah, but right now it's like similar to being like a Trump supporter in Hollywood. Like you can't do it.
What? Oh,
If you're
you think?
supporting
being
Israel,
pro-Israel, yes,
Yeah.
it is. It's really strange. It's amazing. Just it's like being pro-Russia. It's actually worse than being pro-Russia.
Well, ironically, the Overton window on that overlaps with a lot of the individuals in the leftist community.
Cosmic, it definitely is. One, two, three, four. Four of us on this voice chat right now work in Hollywood, and trust me, it is.
I have easily had a dozen coworkers, people I've worked with, unfriend me due to the whole Palestine-Israel conflict.
Yep.
From the stuff I post about Israel. So yeah, I completely agree. You don't want to be pro-Israel in Hollywood right now, as much as you don't want to be pro-Trump or pro-ICE.
Yep. I'm pro the National Guard getting the fuck out of my city.
You're pro the National Guard?
I'm pro the National
Guard all
Guard
the way.
getting out of my city. LAPD.
Oh, getting out of your city?
I mean, well, now
They'd be
it's
able
too
to-
late. Now it's too late. But
It was too late by the time they showed up. I mean,
No,
no, man.
brother.
Saturday, there's
LAPD
countless
was
videos of
handling
bricks being thrown. No, they weren't.
You know, yeah,
They
I mean, look,
weren't.
the
Chief
chaos.
Not
not even
saying
a
he was
fraction
overwhelmed.
of as bad as it was during BLM. Not even a fraction.
No, exactly.
Why do we
It's-
need to repeat that? And have
I mean,
all
it's
these
We
not
people
don't.
really
It
going
wasn't
on?
going to get
Why?
there. They were handling
But
it.
it was
People were getting
already,
arrested.
Jordan. They were already smashing windows out. They surrounded ICE at a federal building.
Bro, people
were
died
pushed back.
during BLM. Like a bunch of people died.
Oh,
during
I know,
BLM.
dude.
And it's
why,
a pretty
why would we
small
want to
number.
It's not yet. It's not
He
yet as
sent
bad
in
as
National
the
Guard
BLM
so it doesn't get that bad. The
No,
thing
he
is,
sent
ICE
in the
isn't going
National
anywhere.
Guard
They're
because
here
he's
all
Trump
week.
and he hates California and he was looking for the first opportunity to do something like this. And he jumped the gun
Dude.
and he made it worse.
I completely disagree. I
I
think
think
National
he
Guard
made
was
it
sent
worse.
in to stop this.
I don't. Do you think
Stop the
that
escalation
Trump
of it.
needed to do anything about this, though? I think this is something for LA to deal with, and it's something.
No,
And it
because it's a
wasn't-
federal. Yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't needed. I mean, the last time, I mean, right now the Marines have also been sent in, which is absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, he just wants to make that image in LA.
but-
It's a really political.
But
ploy.
the last time this was done in '92, that was with the governor's concurrence.
Mhm.
This is just imposing a federal will on states' rights issues, local issues, which should be a Republican talking point since they are
States' rights. Yep. And not for nothing, in the past, when there have been protests that have tried to, break into or interfere with federal operations or federal buildings, it has been the LAPD that has handled it. So I don't know why we needed to do this. It didn't seem like it was at that point yet.
It was. I mean, when you are surrounding a federal building and the mayor is telling the LAPD to stand down and ICE agents are saying they are overwhelmed, cannot do their job. There's countless videos of them being surrounded, being attacked, having bricks thrown at their
Being
building.
attacked?
That's when Trump said, yeah, absolutely, bro. Having bricks thrown at your vehicles is an attack. Like, no matter how
I
you look
didn't
at it,
hear the
Oh,
mayor.
the windows.
So
And the
you,
mayor
you,
did
you
tell
definitely
LAPD
described
not-
that a little bit differently the way you said it the first time than the second time. Saying you made it seem like they were having bricks thrown at people just out there guarding, but now
they
we're
were.
talking
First
about
off, I'll show
vehicles.
you. Well, they did have bricks thrown at people. It was over the US 101 highway. That was a thing that's on video as well.
Daniel, there's a lot that the LAPD. This is the most funded police group in the country by like a mile, and they
Agreed.
handle these things. They were not asking for support.
And
Forget
when I
Karen
heard the-
Bass or Newsom. The LAPD
No,
was not
Karen
asking
Bass
for
told
support.
LAPD to stand down. ICE was
No,
asking
no,
for
she
support.
didn't. She said, because I heard I heard her live. What she said was, they have a right to protest. However, if they are doing anything violent, they should be stopped and arrested. That's what she said.
All against
Which
it,
is-
but
which
the
is
LAPD
true.
were
That's
not
what-
approaching, nor were they arresting, and ICE was
They were
surrounded. Federal
arresting.
agents
There
were
were a lot of
surrounded.
arrests before
Yeah,
the National
yeah,
Guard
about
even
50.
showed up.
There's hundreds of people committing violence, and then yeah, dude, and then it was still escalating throughout Saturday night. There was looting.
Yeah,
There was they started robbing
as
the
soon as they
7-Eleven, they started
announced
lighting
the
stuff on
National
fire,
Guard,
and then
as soon as they announced they were deploying the National Guard, that's when things really started ramping up.
I mean, it's true that it feels like an escalation on both ends. Like they're also responding to Trump's actions. So Trump,
No, exactly.
Trump is being dumb in a way. Like not dumb. He's doing what he wants actually, but Trump is not helping.
No,
Like-
he's not trying to help.
Yeah. There's obviously they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. I was especially if you're a big fan of Waymo.
I am a big
Apparently
fan of
they-
Waymo. I didn't like that they were
Yep.
burning the Waymos. That pissed me
They
off.
burned the Waymos. I mean, did you see those videos?
What
of
did
them
Waymo
getting
ever do
rocks
to you?
thrown at them?
There's another thing too, is like this whole
They also
concept of
attacked
these
Adidas.
peaceful protesters. These are the same people that did what they did to UCLA and USC.
Yeah,
That's where
and
the
we didn't call in the
violence
National Guard
take over-
for that. And we shouldn't have.
Yeah,
and
because-
LAPD handled it like they were handling this. Look, I agree with you that any violence, any of these people getting out of hand, you have to deal with them 100%. I'm never going to argue against that. My issue is that the National Guard was an overreaction, and it exacerbated the issue, and it caused it to become bigger than it initially was. I think this was a mistake. We looked
Didn't they
at
get
the
angry
US...
at Biden for doing the same thing?
He never would. He
No.
never sent in the.
Didn't he talk about doing that somewhere? or
Yeah,
something?
he
Didn't
said
was-
if Biden deploys the National Guard, he should be impeached or whatever, some shit like that.
Yeah,
But he didn't.
yeah.
He didn't, right. But
There's a lot of that going on with Trump. But
like, I don't
I'm
care.
not-
He
I'm not
does
part
that.
of these
He does that. He
protests.
does that. We
I mean, I
can't,
am
like, what are we
protest.
going to do? He does that with every fucking thing he does. He's had some tweet in the past where he said that sort of thing means you should be impeached. So whatever. Like,
You know the problem
according
is,
to his
this
own
kind of stuff
rules,
is what
he should have been impeached a million times over.
By the way, this is like it's classic too because people protesting turning into rioting and violence, and then dictators using that as a reason to like take more power and say we need to be more secure.
That is what I am concerned about. I don't.
That's a classic kind of.
I feel this is absolutely federal overreach. We looked at the U.S. code.
Sure.
We looked at the U.S. code. We looked at the U.S. code that he cited, and this does not meet the requirements for that U.S. code. I think he's going to lose the lawsuit from Gavin Newsom.
And Daniel, I don't think anyone disagrees with your thought process about stopping the people that are doing
Of course not.
violence.
Fuck those
It's
people.
just-
Those people suck.
It's just
People
right.
are en masse.
It's just who do you let do that is the question. Yeah.
Hey, honestly,
Here's a question. Should we have called in the
you're not
National
gonna
Guard?
enforce-
Should we have called in the National Guard for January 6th?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Trump
You-
did,
you
and
re-
Nancy Pelosi told him to stand down.
No.
I don't think we
National
should have. I think that would have been an escalation and a lot more people would have died.
I mean, dude, it's shocking to think the National Guard wasn't there. I mean, DC is just full of military everywhere you go.
They
anyway.
were there. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, they're told to stand
you guys
down.
Don't seem to be aware of that.
They were
They're
at
told
January
Nancy Pelosi to
6th.
stand down.
They were at
Yeah.
the Capitol.
The National Guard? I don't think so.
I mean, it's
They were
DC's.
not
There's
at the
military
Capitol,
everywhere in
literally.
DC's.
Yeah, I don't think they were at the Capitol for January 6th.
Maybe they were nearby.
No, it seems
Nearby,
like they
yeah.
at least
Definitely
figured that pretty well.
the Maryland National Guard. That's who they were trying
There
to
you go.
get.
Thank you. Correct.
At 5:40 p.m. is when they first showed up. So they showed up afterwards.
Yeah, but it's a little different because it's a federal. That was a federal facility,
And that's federal land.
right? It's the Capitol, so
Yeah.
so it would be normal to bring in the National Guard.
So are we talking about January 6th now? I kind of just
Yeah,
like
January-
dove
January
in.
6th.
As like a comparative point to what's going on in LA right now.
Oh, okay. We're still on that subject.
By the way, I also, as an aside, I think it's very interesting that he called this an insurrection because that kind of undermines his January 6th arguments. No?
Right, but I think he stopped doing that when someone told him. because-
Someone must have told him, yeah. Because I think he only said it like once.
Yeah,
What does Elon think about all this? That's what I want to know.
Elon's
hasn't
being
said
quiet.
anything.
Someone must have told him to shut the fuck up.
Maybe Elon was just like, hey, I said what I said on Twitter. I'll just leave that out there and let people think about why he hasn't released
Daniel, what do you
file.
think
Daniel,
about that?
Daniel, what are your thoughts on Elon versus? I'm
Yeah.
curious.
I don't want to get off the topic that I still believe the National Guard should be called in. You guys probably haven't seen how many fucking shitty videos there are. There's a counter protester out there.
I've seen
This
plenty.
woman had
I've
her.
seen a lot worse videos.
She was being attacked. This woman
we
being
have
attacked
been-
by a
I have
group of
lived
people
in
just because
countries
she was.
with worse
She had a
riots than
family
this.
member. I know, man. I get it, dude.
Dude, I don't think you're
LA.
wrong. I don't think you're wrong that stuff's bad and needs to be dealt with. Just specifically the federalizing it does some other shit.
I
that we
believe
might
our
not-
mayor,
Daniel,
right? But I believe our mayor does what many people on the Republican side call a soft on crime response to all this.
you're
I mean,
right.
you could
You're
say
like
that, and I
insane.
agree with
You're-
you. I think
you're
Karen
not
Bass is
wrong
a
about
bad
that.
mayor, but that has nothing to
You're
do
not-
with
Wait,
what
they're-
we're talking
It's
about the
still not-
specific
it's still not the
situation.
federal-
ICE
Like,
felt
I would
they
ask
were-
that you
they were at
separate
threat.
your dislike for Newsom
ICE
and
is
Karen
federal,
Bass
though.
and look
ICE is federal.
specifically
What they
at the
experienced on
situation.
Saturday, and I saw the videos of what they experienced on Saturday. If they felt like they were at threat and they weren't getting the proper response from the city, then Trump steps in on a federal level. Like, that's why what happened. If he felt
That's why?
like, that is why. Because if ICE just came in,
You
because
sure?
5 days ago they were in Minneapolis. They had protesters. They had that same response. They did not deal with the same shit that they dealt with here in LA. There's other videos of the same group. There's a great guy I connected to the political channel, but he's been following all these ICE raids. He reports it in every city. Dude, they've been doing this. They came to LA and they said, "Yeah, we need help." Like,
Are you in
can't
LA right now, by
deny
the
it.
way?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Right,
live in
but
LA.
but they're coming
People are
to
oppressing
LA.
us, oppressing others. We need help to oppress people.
Yeah,
What
they're
do you mean
coming to
oppressed?
LA knowing
have
that
warrants for the
LA
arrest.
is a sanctuary city and that
That's
they're
cool.
not going to help.
But hear me out, though. The oppression is legal.
Mhm.
The LAPD is under no obligation to assist them with their work.
Right, so there we go. So all of that's fine.
Let
And
me
you could
finish.
say that.
Let me finish.
Mhm.
They are under no obligation to assist them with their work. They are under an obligation to protect them from harm. This is
Yes.
different.
Agreed.
That is true.
Well, when harm came,
They
there
were
became
there. They were
they
absolutely
weren't
there.
though. There was standoffs. There was them being trapped in buildings.
What do you think a standoff
ICE
is,
was being
Daniel?
fucked with for 2 days straight, nonstop.
Daniel, what do you think a
It-
standoff is, bud?
Well, dude, they got surrounded. A lot of just like high tension, violent like discourse that's going on the entire
It's-
time they're here. Their buses are getting smashed. People are trying to pop their tires, throwing bricks at their vehicles. You see all these videos, and Trump said, "No, we're not doing this time. Come in, National Guard. We're gonna
But
carry out what
you-
I sent." ICE is gonna do shit on a federal level, which is. Look, dude, when you look at the immigration too, there's like 980,000 illegal immigrants here, undocumented immigrants here in LA.
Okay.
There was like 400,000 in 2017. It's a massive jump. There's
Okay.
Okay,
What
but
is,
you
you're
do-
getting
you
off
do-
topic right
wait.
now. We're talking about the
You
current
do know
situation.
that the
Right.
National Guard and even more so the Marines have really very little training, if any, in civil unrest. This is
Dude, they're going to be far
You're
more
absolutely
trained than the
wrong
police.
on
I
that.
trust,
That's
I
what
trust
the
them
police
so much more than the police.
Then
when
the
it comes to dealing with civil
LAPD?
unrest.
The LAPD
Yeah,
who has
100%.
dealt with civil unrest for decades? Are you
What do you
serious?
mean? The military is far more trained. Yes.
No,
100%.
no, they are literally not trained
They're
for this
not
kind of
trained
operation
at
at all.
for civil unrest. That's why you had Kent State. That's why you have kids that were shot
Dude,
and killed.
for you to
And
name
I can
something
bring
all the way back to
National Guardsmen that
Vietnam,
were
I mean, that's
at
50 years
Because
ago.
it
That's
has-
not that long ago.
I'm naming it, but way back
There's a lot
then
of change
because
in half a
there-
century.
there's been very few times that someone has called the National Guard in inappropriately.
We
and
just
and
talked
you
about
have
92.
to go back. What?
And then 65. We
92.
just said
But that
92.
was
But that's just
92
LA
was-
alone and 65. LA alone.
92 was they asked the governor and the governor agreed.
And then in
That's a-
65, they didn't have to get the governor's permission. So there's a couple of
well, they should have, but but so those are the two instances of the National Guard. One was approved by the governor. Okay, no problem. The other one, kids on the campus got shot and killed.
And
Well, dude,
regardless of
I'll
all
never
of
be in
this,
support of a mass
forgetting-
executions of people. But the
forgetting
way they've been
all of
handling it, the
this.
National Guard nailed it, dude.
Yeah, but
There's
right now it's
great
a
videos of
possible
them-
this is how you lead to mass executions.
Oh, relax, Josh.
They won't get
I'm not
there.
saying
It's not going to get to
executions,
that
I'm saying-
point.
It's all
no,
non-lethal
that's
rounds,
hyperbole.
yeah.
Look,
No, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that literally. I'm just saying you escalating when you bring in things like this, like
I
instead of
agree.
doing the
But
right thing to
again,
calm it down.
forgetting all of this argument surrounding it, The fact
I
of the
think the state
matter
didn't- yeah.
is the legal code that they cited to do this does not meet the requirement, as far as my reading of it goes, and apparently a lot of other lawyers' readings of it goes, for them to justifiably send in the National Guard. The calling of the National Guard, as far as this code goes, appears to be illegal.
How?
Well, that's what the courts are for.
Break it down.
Not for
Then they
random
will,
people
and they
on
will, of
Discord
course.
and
I don't know if I
lawyers.
believe it. I personally think that
Okay,
they'll be able
I'll
to fight
bring it
that
up
on a
again.
federal level. Once ICE is there to say, yeah, we requested it back up and we were not met by the state or city's needs.
I will happily bring it up again.
And I think there's enough video evidence that's going to give Trump the right to say, yeah, I needed to call on the National Guard.
Okay. Is there, in the United States or any of the Commonwealths or possessions, are they being invaded or in danger of invasion by a foreign nation? Yes or no?
Important words, foreign nation.
Daniel.
What? Sorry, I am in the middle of a terminator. Repeat it one more time.
Okay, so 10 U.S. Code 12406. This is what they're citing to call in the National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
So number one, the United States or any of the Commonwealths or possessions is invaded or is in danger of invasion by a foreign nation. Is that the case?
There's got to be. What about domestic terrorism? Because I mean,
That is not
all
what it
military
says.
is going
It
to
says
protect against
invaded
foreign
or is
enemies.
in danger of
Terrorism is-
invasion by a
How about you read all the
foreign
points?
nation.
What's interesting
Domestic
too is
terrorism
as
is
many
handled by
of these
by
immigrants that are
domestic
undocumented
law
flying a
enforcement.
foreign flag, you'd think actually, yeah, it completely
If
know,
we
falls
can't
in
even
that
get
line.
past
But-
the
Trying to, like,
first
improve their
point
lives,
of
they're
these
not,
3
like,
points,
agents of
buddy.
I just said it.
What did
Would
you
they
say?
not be considered a? Would that not be?
No, they're
defined as a
not.
foreign
No,
invasion?
They're not
they
a
are not a
foreign
foreign
nation.
nation. No,
They're-
it's a
in
yes or
fact,
no
it's
question.
it was mostly citizens that are.
And it was
participating.
mostly citizens,
Anyways.
correct.
Daniel, the answer is no. Jordan, read the next one.
Okay. Is there a rebellion or danger of a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States?
Yes.
They can
How?
argue that.
Explain.
I don't think.
Rebellion against the U.S. government
The
here
impeding
in
and
LA?
stopping of ICE.
That is not a
limiting their
rebellion.
operations, from performing their operations. That is a rebellion. What
That is
happening
not a
is
rebellion.
You're arguing
Okay.
it right now.
If they're if they're interfering with federal obligations, then they are rebelling against a government in which if ICE is not getting the proper handling and support from the state and city, then Trump interferes at a federal level.
So Daniel, you would say that all sanctuary cities are participating in rebellion against the United States, and therefore they
Yeah.
have the right to send the National Guard
No,
to
because
overthrow the cities
because
that
ICE
are that are doing that.
no, that's because not every immigrant is at
No,
is
not
under
immigrant.
deportation. Not every sanctuary city. I mean, a lot of these individuals too. At least, I wish you could get real arrest records. That's kind of annoying. We should have immediate arrest records at all times, for anybody who's detained. I personally believe that any single individual detained, immediate records should come out. I'm fully in support of that. I don't understand why not. But the info that they do put out, it's like you get like 15 faces right now, and that's how many people they've released, at least out of the 118 they've arrested for deportation. And like all of those individuals are criminals, and even if they're just trying to get a job at Home Depot that day, it doesn't change the fact that they're felons and they have insight and inside information. ICE is detaining these individuals to deport them. That's
Daniel,
what their
can
job
you
is here to
please-
do.
Can
fine
you please
with that.
describe? Hang on. Daniel, can you please describe to me the definition of the word rebellion?
I mean, are you looking for like full insurrectionist rebellion, or anybody that is
Insurrection
just,
is a different term from rebellion legally.
What's the legal
I mean,
definition of
I don't know the
that?
legal
Can you pull that up,
definition of
Jordan?
rebellion.
Yeah, well, I have it, and that's why I wanted to understand what he thinks it is.
Okay.
Well, I googled it. Act of violent or open resistance to an established government.
And
Okay,
is
so
that
that is-
happening in LA?
That is
Yeah.
technically
100%.
not the legal definition. So that would be the legal definition of insurrection. A rebellion
No,
typically
I got
connotates a more widespread and
got it from the
coordinated
Oxford
effort.
Dictionary.
Okay, well, the Oxford Dictionary is not a legal entity.
It's
It's a layman.
Rebellion typically
I
connotates
think
a...
you could still
Oh my
argue against
God.
that definition.
I'm going to mute
Jordan.
all of you if I can't get through this fucking sentence.
Yeah, let
Rebellion
Jordan-
typically connotates a more widespread and coordinated effort than insurrection, aiming to overthrow or undermine the existing governmental structure. To prove a violation of USC 2383, the prosecution must establish the following elements. The defendant knowingly incited, engaged in, or gave aid and comfort to a rebellion. The rebellion was against the authority of the United States or its laws. The defendant's actions were willful and intentional. So this is not the same as an insurrection. This would have to be a widespread organization, similar to being invaded by a foreign nation. A rebellion is not a smaller act like insurrection. It is more widespread from the legal perspective. So no, I would say this does not constitute rebellion.
How many people do you need to be considered widespread? Like, what's your metric there?
More than 2. No, I'm kidding.
I think I mean, I think
That's
the
why this
number
is
is going
widespread.
to be somewhat arbitrary, but the important thing is it's a coordinated effort, right?
This is a coordinated
commit-
effort to stop
This
ICE
is a-
from
You
committing
think
their
this
their
is
mission.
a coordinated effort?
This
Yeah,
was
there's
totally
countless.
not a coordinated effort.
This is
Coordinated
literally
effort.
the opposite of a coordinated effort. This is why it's so retarded.
Coordinated effort with paid protesters and agitators.
Oh my,
to
okay, we're
create
not
discourse.
doing that.
What?
We're
not
not
doing
doing
what?
that.
Can you prove
Unless
that,
you've
Daniel?
got proof of that, we're not doing that.
Maybe people just don't like immigrants being oppressed.
Yeah, but you
Have
don't
ever
have
thought
proof
about
either,
that?
Jordan.
I don't have
there's-
proof either of
There's
what.
a million undocumented.
Hang on,
immigrants alone.
Joe.
The deportations
Joe
barely consist of a
accused
few
me
hundred known
of
criminals.
not having proof
no-
of something.
there's no
I want him
oppression
to
going on.
outline it. Daniel, hang on. Joe, go ahead.
You said he needs proof. You don't have any proof that there was not a coordination. That's the point of the court system. That's why this is being. It's about to be going to the court system because Trump is being.
You
sued
prove the
in court.
coordination.
That's the point of this.
Right.
fight
It
in
will
court.
come out. It obviously will come out in court documents, but are you expecting me to prove the negative?
You asked Daniel to prove something.
So you
I can prove the
understand
coordination.
you understand that the positive assertion that there was coordination
I understand
carries the
that you
burden
need
of
proof
proof?
that there's a coordination.
Daniel would have to prove it, not
Yes,
you.
that's how this
I can
works.
prove it.
You're innocent
Yeah.
until proven guilty in this legal system.
Yeah, so Trump's
Well-
innocent, right?
Thank you.
Until proven guilty, sure.
Yeah, so you're saying things haven't happened, but there's not been an actual system
To
of the
assert
courts to
that
figure it out.
to assert that there
You're
was
asserting something
coordination.
right now by saying this is absolutely
To
a true
assert
thing.
that there was coordination requires proof. The default is going to be that there wasn't coordination.
Trump has to prove that was justified, in other words, right?
And we don't have any evidence of it. It's a bunch of idiots being dumb.
It's not
obviously.
like Trump. What Trump did is okay until it's proven that there wasn't reason. He has to prove that there was reason to do that.
He would need to do that, correct, in a court of law.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's what I'm trying to say. That in a court of law, we'll figure all this out.
He would need to show that it was a rebellion against a foreign government that's
It
trying
doesn't have
to
to be foreign.
rebel.
Well,
Wasn't that
obviously,
what you said, Jordan?
obviously, we're not
Against the
making any
authority of the
legal
United States.
determinations here, right?
Yes.
We're
Right.
having a
So you're
discussion
asserting
about
that-
what we
you're asserting
understand.
something that, and you're saying it's a factual thing. That's what you're asserting.
I'm asserting that by this definition, in the face of a lack of opposing evidence, which I don't think has been provided,
You
no,
don't have all the
rebellion
evidence.
was not.
You're not even in the protest. That's what I'm trying to say. Your evidence is looking at videos on fucking YouTube.
But that doesn't mean
Evidence
it's
is also
That doesn't
all the
mean
social
anything.
media coordination.
doesn't
There
mean
are
it's
organizers,
more
there are
evidence.
leaders.
From YouTube,
They-
Jordan.
they
He's
promote
making a
the
positive
protest.
claim.
There's a
I'm not
massive-
making a positive claim. I'm
You're
literally
making a
saying
massive
claim that this is
coordinated
no.
effort.
I'm rejecting his
Do this.
positive claim. What are you talking about?
What claim?
His claim is that this was
Whose claim?
coordinated, that it was a
Who?
coordinated effort. Daniel's claim.
I'm talking about
If-
Trump.
If
Trump is going
okay.
to argue this position, that same position Point 2.
Let's
So
go
that's
ahead
going to
and
be
make it
his claim as well, which means it's up to him to provide the evidence. Otherwise, the default is that there wasn't one.
I'm gonna screenshot all those social media posts and send them to Trump myself.
Yeah, but just because
A
Is
bunch
he
of
so much of a
random
boomer that he doesn't know how
dipshits
to
on
like
social
access them
media doesn't
himself?
mean anything.
Hold on. Just
No,
because
I'm just making a
someone
joke.
throws
Ah.
something at someone and then other people follow that move does not make
Wrong.
it a coordinated rebellion.
That is
I
true.
can break
That
it
is
down in detail why
absolutely
it is.
correct.
Says, let's meet at 5.
That is absolutely
That's
correct.
coordinated.
What?
It could have become coordinated, and then we have to see what the courts say about this.
You're
once
wrong.
you-
So
I can-
eventually, yes,
show.
but we're having a speculative conversation right now, Joe. Obviously, we're not in the middle of court. We don't have all of the
Countless
pieces
evidence.
of evidence. But what is in front of us
Countless
right now
evidence.
does not appear to be the case. None of this, none
You're
of
wrong.
what we're seeing from these protests appears to be some larger, overarching, coordinated effort. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
You're not in the protest, Jordan. You're watching on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. Your evidence is YouTube videos. Do you think
But
the
how
president
does the YouTube video
has more
show?
information than YouTube? Yes or no?
How
So,
does that
so your
show that it
point,
was
Joe.
coordinated?
So your
President has more
point,
information
Joe,
than you right
is
now, yes or no?
so then
Coordinated.
Joe.
Yes or
So
no?
then Joe,
Yes or
your
no?
point right now is
Can you
that it
answer yes
wasn't
or
a
no? I'm not
rebellion
saying.
until you
Yes or
have
no?
the evidence to say
Can you
it was
answer
a
my question? I'll
rebellion,
answer yours.
right?
Can you answer my question? I'll answer yours.
Uh-huh. Sure.
What did I
Does the
say?
president
What
have
was
more
your question?
information? Does the president have more information about what's happening than you do? Yes or no?
Or
I
than
have
you
no
do.
way to know that.
Yeah.
You don't think the president has more information about what's happening than you do?
Here?
I have literally no
Someone
way to
has
know
to
that
prove
at
it
this
though,
point.
so I don't know how that's relevant.
Here's a
You
counter
don't think
question.
Jordan's
that
Does,
Jordan's one
does
of
the
them.
president,
Especially for a guy who skips all of his briefings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no way to know that.
does the
Say.
president have more information than the people that are in power here
Nice
in
job,
Los
Jordan.
Angeles? Is the question.
I'm sorry?
Does the president have more information than the governor, the mayor, all the other people that are in
Yes.
power in
I would
Los
say yes,
Angeles?
yes, absolutely.
That's not no.
Because
They,
he's
How do
that's
you
not
know
his
that?
purview.
The mayor's getting.
All of his
Plus, all the
information
federal
comes from
employees
those
that were
people.
there.
Yes,
Oh, wait, no,
exactly.
no.
All of the
All-
information
all
are
of the
coming from
president's
those people on the
information-
ground.
Yeah, all of the president's information comes from those people. So whatever information the president has, what do you think? He has like spies in
You
LA?
think the federal agents are giving information to the governor?
The
I'm sorry,
federal
wait,
agents
wait,
don't
what-
know about coordination
What do the federal agents know about
between
this?
the protesters. What are you talking about? This is ongoing right now.
Wait. The federal agents, ICE, who were there, they have information that LAPD does not have. Yes or no?
About the
immigrants.
protests?
Yes.
Yeah, no, about the
protesters
people they're
who are fucking
deporting.
cars.
And
About
yeah,
the
and
people they're
and
deporting?
the protesters.
Yes.
What
They
do
do
you-
have
you
info about.
what is-
there's
No,
protesters
they
that
have
are
more
traveling to
information about the
protest.
people they're deporting,
That bit-
not about the protesters.
There's protesters that are
Any
in
information about
Minneapolis
people
and now
who
are
rocking
here again
cars,
here in
though.
Los
That's your
Angeles.
assertion.
The whole-
No, you're asserting they do.
They don't have any information about cars, rocks being thrown at their car.
Who said they don't have any information? And what does that have to do
You
with
just said that.
organizing a rebellion?
You literally just said that.
No. Hang
They
on. What does throwing rocks at the car give you information about
This is one example. I'm
organizing
just
an
saying one example.
overarching plan to orchestrate a
Rebellion.
rebellion?
I never said that. They're straw man argument.
Then you're not making an argument that's relevant to the discussion.
It is relevant. It's not relevant to you because you know that it actually makes sense. If you let me finish the fucking sentence, and not straw man me.
Go ahead then.
Okay. I started out saying that the president has more information about this than you. You side jerked it off and said, I don't know. He doesn't
I
read
don't
the
know.
reports. Yeah, you don't know. We both know you don't know more than the president of the United States about this situation. And it's fucking dishonest to say that.
Well, sure, he doesn't know more than the president, but I
yes.
would say that the president doesn't know as much as the people on the ground here.
But you're also making a negative claim. Like you can't prove it's unfalsifiable. Like
When
that's
did I
like
make-
saying we don't
I'm sorry,
know
what
that
was the
30
claim?
people haven't been
What was the
murdered.
claim?
You know?
What was the claim I made?
But today, at least 30 people have been murdered today, without a doubt. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. You can't
sorry,
say
what
we
was
don't
the
know
claim I
that.
made?
I'm sorry, I know.
500 people murdered today.
At least,
what was the
yeah,
claim I
for
made?
sure.
At least 500.
I know
All
what's talking
right.
about.
I would love
David's
to
laughing.
provide.
I'm not
I would love to
laughing.
provide what I can
I'm
tell you,
being
All
Jordan.
right, we
And
we
this
need to
is a
reset a
coordinated
little
effort.
bit. We need to reset a little
Okay.
bit. Okay.
Here's what I would like to tell you.
Hang on, Daniel. Hang on.
There.
Let's all
Oh my
reset
God, but
here
I-
for a
Danny, I'm
second.
trying to help you.
I
Joe.
know. Thank you. I appreciate
Joe,
it. But
let's
am
start from
also
the
part-
beginning here, okay? Because
All right.
we're a little all over the place. We're not communicating very well between the two of
There
us.
is
Okay? So let's
evidence
start
of
over.
coordination, and there is evidence of protesters crossing state lines.
Oh,
There's also evidence of YouTube videos.
what's the
where you
evidence of
see a large
coordination,
amount of
Daniel?
The evidence of coordination is any social media site, which are like literally hundreds of them, telling all these different fringe groups of more anarchist protester like individuals to meet at these locations. When they meet at these locations, there's specific members that get together and there's video evidence of them. They're all circled in a group, and then you see these people, they're smashing concrete using they literally got fucking wire cutters, they got hammers, they're smashing the concrete from the sidewalks. And then they're handing out stones to massive amounts of people who are pegging them at the ICE agents, at
So
LAPD,
this
over
is
US
all
101 highways.
circumstantial. This is not evidence of coordination. This is circumstantial.
This is evidence of coordination when you see these groups of individuals showing up, showing people how to create the barriers, showing people
Daniel,
it's coordination. I'm telling you, it's a
Daniel,
coordinated
no,
effort
Daniel,
to cause
if
discourse.
we're
They're all
talking
messed
about
up.
a
And I've been to
coordinated
these
effort
protests.
to
I've seen the way
cause
these people
discord
act,
or
dude,
cause
in person.
violence or have people be disorderly is not the same thing as a coordinated effort to have a rebellion. There is a marked
they're taught,
difference
dude.
there.
There is a weird
Exactly,
culture,
Cosmic.
unlike any
How
of
is
the
this
protests
different than a
that
protest?
I've seen. It's far different than a protest. 'Cause I've
Really?
been to
So you've
protests.
never
I've
seen this kind of
peaceful protests.
coordination happen at a protest
Bro,
before?
these riots that they do, no man, they're ripping the
A riot is not a
breaking
rebellion.
The barriers that are on the sidewalk, they're setting up barriers. They're trying to pin off certain LAPD and agents. They're trying to lay out fucking nails to shut ICE buses down. There's U.S. Marshal buses that are being stopped where they needed National Guard just to get these buses to move. People are not just blockading, but they're like trying to flatten tires. They have barriers set up. They have very militant acted setups going on. And
Daniel,
everything about this, including the post that invites all these individuals, the rules, because I was there, I saw them. They told us that we had to abide by these rules if I wanted to be near their protests, and then I got mobbed by them and told to leave because I wouldn't wear like a mask. When that was fucking last year with UCLA.
okay.
This year, I'm like, I want to stay away, but I've seen how they act in person, dude. This shit is way more coordinated than you think.
No, you have to understand. There's a difference here that
Dude,
that we're
I
not
wasn't even, dude. They
recognizing.
push you out, they mob you out if you don't follow
a
their
bunch
orders.
of people saying
Big
do
group
this,
of-
do that is not the same thing as coordinating a rebellion. There is a legal difference here.
Okay,
What's the
dude.
legal?
I don't even.
What's the legal
Yeah,
difference?
what is the legal?
A legal
don't even
difference
know
has
what
to
it
be
means.
a coordinated effort from the top down to overthrow a
was.
part of the government. Like that's
Wait,
what a
where's this
rebellion
top
Jordan,
is.
down?
can I ask
Where's-
something?
It fucking
Where's this
is,
top
dude. They're
down?
trying to take the city
Can I ask
hall.
something?
The National Guard was there.
The
National Guard
closest you
stopped
could
them from
get
doing
with
that.
what
They
you're
were there
saying
yesterday.
potentially is insurrection. A rebellion is a more widespread and coordinated effort than an insurrection, aiming to overthrow or undermine the existing governmental structure.
Yeah, like ICE.
ICE is not the existing governmental
When you say
structure.
fuck ICE? What is ICE
Okay,
saying?
can I ask
What is-
something,
what is the
Jordan?
ICE is a
structure that's
federal
Jordan?
agency.
What is a structure, Jordan, legally?
Can I? Fuck.
What do you mean? It's an agency.
What you said the fucking sentence was what is structure?
Let's look it up.
Just to note, he doesn't actually know the definition because he has to look it up. Just to note that, Daniel.
Yeah, I know.
Well, can
It's
I ask
fine,
something?
dude. I mean, in my
I don't really
Okay.
believe what I'm saying.
A
but I'm trying to
governmental
help you.
structure in a legal context refers to the formal organization and allocation of power and responsibility within a government. It outlines the framework for how laws are made, enforced, and interpreted, ensuring accountability and the rule of law. The structure typically includes different branches of government, levels of government, and the relationships between them.
Oh, like levels of government. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. So
like,
what relationship in
high
between those levels is being overthrown here?
The foundation of ICE and what it represents in a federal level. And when
Can you
when
be
people
more
say "fuck
specific?
ICE," no, I can't actually. That's
Okay.
that's exactly how specific I'm going to be.
Okay.
Can I?
Go ahead, Thanos.
Yeah,
Because we
I was
both
just
know the
saying.
definition is
I was
extremely
just gonna
vague.
ask, because Daniel brought up like a piece that seemed to be like evidence of like some organization. So if that doesn't meet the evidence of like organizing this, what level of organization does there have to be in order to meet that legal definition?
That's the right
Yeah,
That's
question.
a good question.
Yep.
Are you
Because
asking
it's
me?
two people online
I'm asking you, Jordan.
organizing, going to a riot, coordination.
Well, Daniel brought up
Uh,
like group chats, which like seems
Group
like
chats,
organization,
all
but
those
what's
were
relevant
used
is that
also against January 6th protesters. Don't forget, Enrique, whatever his name, was never even there, and he got 20 years for creating the groups. So, like, if he's going to be
yeah.
arrested over that, then obviously, what I like
Wait
you're
a
witnessing
minute.
on social media.
There
It's a
was
double
like
standard, bro.
an entire thread of like text messages of him planning out what they were going to do
Oh, did they find that out exactly on the day of January 6th, or was that later? I'm curious.
afterwards. I'm obviously
Yeah,
taking with
afterward.
what we have right now.
Yeah, so with that same
I'm
logic,
not. I'm
you
not
couldn't have that
out. I'm not.
on January 6th
To be clear,
or 7th
I'm
or the
not
8th.
sitting here saying it's impossible that we're going to find out some
Of course
things
not. You always
that
say
could
it's
change
by
it.
destiny.
What do you mean?
The argument isn't that you're saying it's impossible. Obviously, it's not
No,
impossible.
of course not.
That's not my argument.
And
But
I'm not
you're very
saying I'm not
strongly
saying we
that
know
this
everything
is legal.
now.
Yeah, now you are.
I don't think I ever claimed that before.
Jordan, have you looked up that like what I asked yet?
They have an example here.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. I don't think you guys are going to want to hear this.
I hear it. Let's hear it.
The most
What is
poignant and current way we can illustrate the idea of rebellion or
And what is
insurrection
this?
is
Can
the
you spell us what
January
this is first?
6th Capitol riot. Regardless of what charges were or were not brought by federal prosecutors, consider the following. For, quote, vigilante groups such as the Proud Boys, for whom there has been sufficient evidence of deliberate and coordinated efforts to descend on Washington, invade the Capitol building, physically disrupt the electoral vote count by Congress, and potentially inflict harm upon members of Congress and the Vice President, it could be argued that leaders of the Proud Boys had committed acts qualifying for charges under USC 2383. For anyone providing funding or other support to these groups and coordinating their disruptive efforts, they, too, could potentially have been charged under USC 2383. For others who were simply in attendance at the rally that turned into a protest, who participated in the breach of the Capitol building, but were swept up at the moment, while these could and were charged with other federal crimes, it would be difficult to convict them under 18 USC 2383 because their actions were neither organized nor coordinated, and therefore did not meet the accepted definitions of rebellion or insurrection.
Okay, I'm on my phone. I don't even know what you're reading. Like, what is this from?
The federal criminal attorneys.
Okay. So attorney
Wow.
said something. Okay, if you have attorneys just argue all the fucking time, that's the point of a prosecution and a defense. What's the point?
Look, I mean, the point was pretty clear.
The point is, you found an article that I agree with you. Congratulations.
It's not an article.
What are we talking
It's
about?
like a document.
No, that's like an official government website.
Great, it's official. Who cares? It's still an attorney saying something. I can find an attorney says the exact
what do
opposite.
those
I mean,
attorneys
you're
do?
getting
What-
distracted by the fact that it's January 6th. It's the examples that
I
were listed that are
genuinely do not
important.
care about January 6th at all. I'm sorry.
Okay, well then I don't
Attorney
care
can
that
say
it's January 6th either.
I
I'm just
bring up
trying to look
January
at the
6th. I said
example.
the attorney can say anything.
I'm just using the example.
Yeah, I'm using an example that attorneys
This
can
is the
say
one
anything.
that's
why
listed
there's a
here.
prosecution
And the fact that it was
defense.
sufficient evidence of deliberate and coordinated efforts to descend on Washington, invade the Capitol building, physically disrupt the electoral vote count by Congress, and potentially inflict harm upon members of Congress and the Vice President. Now, if we can find like text messages between like the leaders of these groups whoever they may be who organize these protests, who are saying, hey, we're going to get together, we're going to disrupt this, we're going to attack the ICE people, and, you know, with the intention of going in there and disrupting their federal processes, you might have
and maybe
something.
we will.
And maybe we will. But as of right now, it just doesn't seem that way.
Maybe we'll have more information, Jordan. Isn't that an interesting fact?
Yeah.
But Jordan, if it was like 4 people that you find that were doing that, did that give the justification for the president to do what he did?
I don't know. I think it
You would
depends
argue so.
on like how many people are part of it, maybe.
How many people is a coordinated effort?
What defines where's the dividing line?
I don't think
I need more
I think
metrics.
it seems to be somewhat arbitrary. They don't explicitly define how many people.
And then every single riot ever could be argued.
No,
The National Guard
no.
to come in if any sort of federal thing was
That is
involved.
not true. It's specifically about the prior deliberate and coordinated efforts to interfere with or harm government officials or government efforts to enact, you know, what they're essentially the normal provisions of government. At least that's the case for insurrection. It does appear the idea of rebellion, and my reading of this, because they said rebellion is wider and more widespread than insurrection, I see, you know, January 6th as an insurrection, not a rebellion.
Isn't insurrection a type of rebellion?
Yes.
I think insurrection, or one is a subset of the other, right? But not all.
I think Jordan's fighting for his life.
Huh?
Who?
What?
What's
No,
Daniel
man.
talking about?
I say I have no idea. I zoned out for a second. But I thought you were still trying to defend that this isn't a rebellion and this isn't a coordinated effort. Like, you know, there's coordinated efforts to create
Don't
discourse,
tag
and that's
me,
happening,
Daniel.
and it's on video.
So
But,
far, there isn't any evidence that it is. It's just that I think the argument is it could be, but there's still no evidence that it is.
Yeah, because this happened 2 days ago. Obviously, we don't have evidence.
Wait a minute. If Trump knows that there's been this major coordinated effort,
You should probably post on your Discord so we can all know right now. Huh?
if Trump knows there's been some major coordinated effort, why is he not saying so? I mean, isn't he the kind of guy who would say that right away to everybody? I mean, he was calling it an insurrection a couple days ago, and then he stopped saying it.
But no. We've been saying that.
Then
We've been saying that there's, even the news said this. The CNN came out
why
saying,
is he not?
what you're witnessing here is there's the people who peacefully protested today, and then there are the agitator, the professional protesters. There's like a new wave of people that come out of nowhere, and you see it happen before your eyes. And when they show up, everything changes. It becomes a war zone.
What are they being paid by?
I don't know if they're being paid. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, ultimately, yeah, dude. Like,
oh God,
dude, look at where the money goes. Where did the fuck?
Oh
I mean,
no, stop.
I mean, they might be paid,
like,
but I really
even-
just think people
But
don't.
who paid for their
like,
mask today? There's videos
ice
evidence
thugs.
today, 4 p.m. You saw on a helicopter. They zoomed in on it. They all got high-level bionic masks, and they were handing them out. There's like a whole van full of like 100 of them, and you're like, damn, like
Okay, but,
somebody
like,
definitely chips
them
in. And I'm
giving
not
out
saying
masks-
not anybody could.
There have been a lot of peaceful.
Bionic gas masks.
Hang on.
They're handing it to all the protesters.
Well, because I mean,
There
that's
is a
coordinated at all.
different
Gonna get
coordinated.
Just
fucking
random
tear
chance
gas.
it happened.
Well, I
It's
mean,
not
if
like
you
a
know
movie.
you're gonna probably get tear gassed.
I know. I'm
coordinated to
not
get people
against that
masked.
one.
Yeah.
The ones where they're creating barriers, trying to create like almost attack points. Like there's a strategy behind the way they're trying to move in on vehicles or move in on the ICE detention center, and then the fact that they have hammers and they know to even bash the sidewalks for the concrete, and they pull all the concrete. And when you go to the social media posts, they do give you warnings about how to enact with all this stuff. I mean,
So here's
not
my
all of
thing,
it-
Daniel. Here's my response to that, which is what you've described could be still a riot or a violent protest, right? You have to get the evidence that says beyond a doubt that it's not just a violent protest or a
I agree.
riot, and then it goes to that level. And so that's
even
sort of
if
the
it
issue
is
I'm
a
having here is
coordinated
that
attack,
everything
you don't
you've
have-
said is obviously bad and fucked, and I don't
It's-
like it, and I want them to crack down on them, right?
All right,
like,
but that's fine. There's no, if we don't have the concrete evidence now, I'm just saying, don't put it
and
out
it
of your
could
mind. Or don't
come out.
dismiss it.
I'm not.
Don't just
Look, if it
dismiss
comes,
at the idea that there
I
isn't-
will happily eat crow to both of you. I will promise.
I'll be clear. I was just steel manning for Daniel. I don't actually care about
Thank
anything.
you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the assist, dude.
Buddy, Joe, you know I love it when you come and challenge me, buddy. You know, either way, you know, I appreciate it.
I didn't get you
always.
off your. You were too sturdy on your feet. I did unbalance you a little bit.
Okay. But also, Cosmic in chat wanted to add the Whiskey Rebellion of 1791 had 600 rebels and ended with 3 to 4 killed.
Okay.
Now,
well, there's thousands out
Cosmic,
there.
yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily. Well, I don't know. Maybe it isn't the number. It seems to be difficult to.
I say it's a rebellion. I say they're fucking with feds.
I know. Dan,
There's a
I'm
coordinated
not
attack
surprised
against the
that
feds,
you're saying
bro.
it's
Like,
a rebellion. I would be much more amenable to the idea of it being closer to, I guess, an insurrection, albeit that line seems to be somewhat arbitrary. But rebellion appears to me to be a far more serious charge than insurrection.
And actually, what is critical is that the president had evidence of there being a rebellion before sending the National Guard.
Is that he would need the evidence before, is what you're saying?
He would need the evidence beforehand to justify.
So if he comes
And
out
perhaps
and he
you're not
reveals to
privy to
all
such
of us this
evidence.
evidence that he had when this goes to court, because we already know that the governor has said he's going to sue for the use of the National Guard, and if that comes out, then the case will be done pretty quickly.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Jordan.
This was
Mr.
fun.
Joe asked like
I'm
a little
glad,
bit ago.
I'm glad
like,
we had this.
um,
This was good. This was good content. Good content.
I was
buddies.
bored.
Sorry. Go
Did
ahead.
you ever post like that government site that you got that information from? So I think Mr. Joe asked about that earlier.
Oh,
Correct me if I'm wrong, man.
Yeah.
What was this?
Also,
Oh, the lawyer guy.
Yeah, you man.
not a government
I was.
site. I don't know where that came from, but
I thought. What?
no, it's an
I thought you said-
attorney.
no, you
it's
said
an
that.
it's an attorney group site. The Federal Criminal Attorneys.
Oh,
It's not a
okay.
government site. Yeah. But yeah, I'll post that. I'll post it.
I jumped on because you guys were talking about Israel, and then you guys switched the topic as I.
No, I know. Well, we
I'm
got
gonna talk about
Daniel
Israel.
came in, and we had to talk about this because I knew we
Yep.
were going to talk about this. So I put it
Yeah,
in.
I'm glad to talk about-
That's right. He left.
Who left?
Daniel Liddick. Where's the?
Oh, he's in chat right now.
Where's the? Oh, there you are. Oh, okay.
Oh, Joe,
Hi,
I think he
liberal
called
Daniel
you
in
out a
chat.
little bit. He
What is he saying?
What did
He
he
said,
say? Did he call me like
Joe
a
just
pinky or
did an
something?
appeal to authority with Trump, quote, knowing more, and now he doesn't care about a government source. It wasn't a government source, to be clear, Daniel. It was a legal source.
Beavis, you fucked up.
Oops.
Yeah. Why? Can you tell me why do you think this? Why do you think people are so against this new aid distribution system, considering that it actually seems to solve a lot of the problems with Hamas stealing aid?
Are you asking me or Jordan or what?
I'm not.
I'm
against it.
asking. Yeah, you guys.
I think we got this. Can you repeat your question again? I just want to make sure. I
This new
understood.
aid, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, GHF.
Yep.
I think it's. I mean, obviously these things can have a rocky start. Maybe it did, but like, isn't
Well, it
that
did.
a really good attempt at solving the problem of Hamas stealing all the aid and then keeping it in warehouses in enormous quantities and selling some of it at exorbitant prices to the people while letting others starve? This actually solves some of that problem
How does it solve it?
because their system that they set up monitors for Hamas and actually lets the people get the aid directly. Before they sent the trucks in, Hamas would commandeer the trucks and then they would take all the aid to these warehouses and store it, and they would shoot anyone who tries to take it from the trucks.
Do you have evidence of that?
Yes, there's video
Like-
evidence of it.
A video evidence. They say Hamas on their shirts. So how do you know it's Hamas?
Literally, Hamas terrorists with guns on top of the trucks, commandeering the trucks. There's
I
video and
understand.
picture
I
evidence of
understand.
that.
How do you know it's Hamas?
Who else could it be? Who's running Gaza?
There's gangs.
There are
in
other
Gaza.
gangs, but you see,
Yeah.
whether you call first of all, whether you call it
I can
Hamas
say
or
I have
not,
about 18 different sources. I was prepared to debate
Let's
Jordan
say,
on this. I have
let's
about
say it
18
no,
even
whether,
wasn't.
whether you call it Hamas
Let's
or not
say it
doesn't
even
matter.
wasn't
The people
Hamas.
aren't getting the aid.
Obviously, the problem is that aid was being commandeered, right? That's
Yeah,
the
that doesn't
issue.
matter if it's Hamas or
there's a
or
lot of
gang.
issues with the aid. I just want to understand if we're going to say Hamas and it might not be Hamas, we have to deal with that conflict.
Well, whether it's Hamas or not doesn't matter in this case. It's being stolen
Okay.
from the people who need it.
Right,
I
and
think
do you
this
know?
is just like if you're trying to claim that it's Hamas that's doing that, then like you
Yeah.
would need to back that up, which is true.
All I have are
You can sit
people
with point if
wearing
you don't have
Hamas
evidence, I'm
uniforms
just
on top of.
Having a gun doesn't make you Hamas. I'm just saying that. Like, there's other
I mean-
people in Gaza who have guns.
Well,
Yes, but either way,
also
either way,
traditionally,
the
the way
GHF
the
is supposed to
UN
make sure
worked
the-
was, in a lot of ways,
Oh, I can tell you why
they,
it's Hamas.
they coordinated with Hamas.
Oh, so all
like
you said
this
was a
is well
video.
documented. And then
There's
Hamas
one.
in
There's
a lot
another
of
part.
cases. was-
There's video of these guys with guns commandeering it, but the other videos they have are they found a Hamas warehouse of all this aid that they stole. There's a massive amounts of it that they've been hoarding. That they found. So put one and one together.
Who is this? Who said this? Israel? Or is
What?
this independent researchers who knew it was Hamas's warehouse?
I don't. It's reporting and it includes pictures and video of the warehouse.
Pictures
Unless
of the
they're
warehouse.
making it
That
up in
doesn't
a
mean
day.
it's Hamas.
Are you saying that we can't trust any
I'm
of the
just asking
reporting
for the
coming out?
source. I don't. I'm not saying I don't believe anything. I'm just asking for a source. You said
Let
you
me
have a
look it
video.
up. I'm on my
of a
phone,
warehouse.
but I'll look it up.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
We might be. So I want to skip this point because it's irrelevant to me, but it's kind of fun.
Gaza warehouse broken into by hordes of hungry people because even Gazans broke into the warehouse.
Yeah, because they don't have
Um,
food to eat. That's why.
I know.
Not much of
Yeah,
that.
well, a lot of them don't, but that's because Hamas has been stealing it.
Or it
I'm
could
like
be a lot
that.
of factors,
I don't know what I
including
missed.
Israel blowing up the roads and not being able to transport through the roads. So the trucks could potentially be sitting there for weeks and shit rots.
That's part of what
Yeah.
could happen.
Yeah,
And
part of
yes.
there's a lot
there's
of factors.
definitely different reasons.
There's a lot of reasons, but the main
Yeah, a
reason
lot of
there's a
reasons.
war, and the side that is losing also doesn't want to surrender
I don't know what point that is, but okay.
because
What?
they're
Because it could end
sacrificing their own
literally
people.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
They
Israel
can
could
end
end
whenever
it
they-
too.
yeah.
So they both can end it. It's a fucking war, obviously. What are you talking about? If my side doesn't give up, but the other side gives up, we win. Like what?
What do you mean? They have to surrender, and then it's over. They
I'm saying
they don't want to give
Israel
up.
can give up as
They
well.
don't want
What
to give
are you
up
saying?
power.
No one wants to
What do
give
you
up
mean?
power.
Israel giving up? What does that mean? What does that mean to you?
Stop bombing apartment buildings, taking their troops out of Gaza. That's surrendering.
You just not
And
give.
the
You're saying give.
hostages.
Yeah, what about the way they've got? Not only is there hostages, but Hamas is committed to doing October 7th again and again and again. They said it. They never said we commit
Yeah.
to peace.
Oh, what's
we
it
commit
Netanyahu
to
say about this? Can we pull up the quotes from him?
From who?
Netanyahu and every fucking I don't know any of these people's names, but there's a reason
I
why
know all of
Jordan
them.
doesn't like these people.
There are some shitty people in the government that have very
the
little power.
government of Israel. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
it's a
ones who are fighting
democratic
the
government. There's
Hamas.
right wing people here. There's left wing
Are you
people
referring
here.
to like genocidal statements that like the officials have said about
Yeah,
Palestinians?
I mean, among other ones. I don't have them
Like
memorized. but
Smotrich, he's a piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smotrich
Yeah.
is a
So the
fucking
government
dickbag.
is a piece of shit.
Or that dildo rabbi. Let's not forget that guy.
What?
You guys know,
What,
you guys
Daniel?
don't know about the dildo rabbi?
That sounds kinky.
Yeah,
Tell me about it.
Google the dildo rabbi. He's a rabbi.
Let's
He's
stay
a
on
hype
topic,
man.
guys. Come on.
Daniel.
But do you know
Oh,
who
sorry,
it
I
is?
fell for that. No, yeah, we should stay on top. But that was funny, Daniel. I'll look it up later.
He's got the worst statements ever, dude. He makes Jews look horrible. It's terrible. But he's fucking seen with Zelensky. He's seen with very powerful people.
So I mean, I'm not really getting images other than like porn images. So I'm
Hold
gonna.
on, let me look up his name. I'll look up his name very quick.
What?
Yeah, I mean that's if you're gonna look up dildo rabbi, I'm sure like only porn's gonna come up.
Dildo rabbi.
Dude, that's
Why
what,
is he
that's
called
what
the
they call him
dildo
all over
rabbi?
my fuck. I don't know, dude. That's what they call him all over my X feeds. The dildo rabbi strikes again. Great content.
Rabbi Shmuley.
Shmuley, there we go.
Rabbi
Thank you.
Shmuley?
Yeah.
His name is the fucking dildo rabbi.
Yeah, that's what we call him, the dildo rabbi. Why do we
But
call him that
why?
again? There's a hold on. There's a great thing he does with the dildo, I think. Hold on.
Did he fuck himself with it? Like what? Wow, yeah, you're right, Jordan. This is getting off topic, but it's funny.
Oh yeah, that's why. Cause he God, is this it? Is this really why?
He stopped humanitarian assistance and it was a box full of dildos.
Yeah, that's it. So he's the dildo rabbi.
Well, he
Dildo
didn't want
rabbi.
Hamas to get them.
He'll just rape Hamas with his dildos.
Zach, and that's how he talks
Hey,
too. Rabbi
we're on a
Shmuley
live
talks just
stream,
like that.
okay? We say grape.
Say great.
Oh, I could get you like.
Your YouTube stream is fucked.
Yeah.
My YouTube
Okay,
stream
well,
always gets fucked.
I apologize if your stream gets
No,
demonetized
dude, you're
or
fine.
whatever.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
My bad. What did I interrupt, guys? My mic died for a minute, so I lost a chunk of combo.
I'm just gonna read this article.
Back to Israel.
It's by Unrar. How do you pronounce it?
Unra?
Unra?
Unra? Yeah, Unra. This is November 2024. An article. I can put this link if you want me to. It's just annoying because I'm on my phone, but it says we are pausing. It's the title. We are pausing the delivery of aid through Kerem Shalom. Here's the
Kerem
actual
Shalom
article.
Crossing.
Sure. Yep. We are pausing the delivery of the main crossing point for humanitarian aid into Gaza. The road out of this crossing has not been safe for months. On November 16th, a large convoy of 8 trucks was stolen by armed gangs. Armed gangs.
Well, some of them are armed gangs, but it doesn't matter if it's Hamas or
Yeah.
not. The point is it's not getting to the people.
Yeah.
So here's another article.
But Gazans have said multiple times
Footage from
it's being
Hamas
sold to them at
members
exorbitant
beating up
prices they
residents
can't
trying to
afford.
get food.
It's been being sold to them at exorbitant prices they can't afford
They're
by
shocked
them, and they're
that
also
they're
using it.
getting aid for free.
It's also nice of it's very interesting. In the past, people were at war with each other. That the one side isn't trying to like provide aid to the population of the enemy. That's the responsibility of their government, but their
Skip Pro.
government doesn't care about them.
Also, that's hilarious, Daniel. Sorry, I was talking to Daniel.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Hamas doesn't care about its own people, so they're constantly given zero agency, given that they're the government of their people, and they don't care to provide any sort of shelter or aid for their people.
Yeah, and
there's
they've been
reports
killing
of
and
people
beating up fucking
And they
protesters,
shoot,
too.
yeah, they shoot their own people. There's tons of videos of that.
And Israel shoots and bombs civilians. So what are we talking about?
Israel is in war, and
That's the war
that
defense.
happens in every
I have
single
18
war.
different things we can look up right now.
They're
So
not
the war
executing
bullshit
their
Yes.
own civilians, bro.
Yeah, they're not executing their own civilians, and also
yeah, they're executing Gazans.
every
They're
single war ever has
executing
had
Gazans?
instances like
Show
this.
me that they're executing Gazans, please.
Yeah, sure. And by execute, I mean they knowingly are killing them. That's what I mean. So you can see
I
that's
mean,
really-
Knowing
to
that
be
they are
honest-
killing them is part of a proportionality calculation. That's not the same
Yeah,
as
cool. So
executing
how about we
them.
proportionally
Okay.
look at this article, Jordan? I've been waiting for this one. It's the one I talked
Go
about
for
last week, and you had no idea what I was talking about, and I wasn't prepared to talk about it, so I missed a
Let's
bunch
see.
of things. But let me pull it up. I have about 8 of these, and you're not going to win any of them. So just to
That's what you said last time.
yeah, and I still won, even though I didn't know what I was talking about. And you knew less than I did. And we talk about the whole 3,000 calorie thing, and a study that you didn't read apparently. We do that afterwards. Where's the fucking thing?
I like
It's,
you, Mr. Joe. You're spicy.
Oh yeah, I gotta be.
Yeah.
It's Can you just pull this up, Jordan? I can find a link, but I'm on my phone. It's gonna be annoying.
What do you think
I
the
can spell it
current
out for you.
civilian to fighter ratio is, by the way?
I have no idea. I don't really care.
You don't.
It depends on
I'm
whose
sorry.
numbers you're
That's
going off of.
literally
I don't
one
care.
of the
I
most
don't.
important
Let me
things.
rephrase. I don't care about it
Thank you,
right
Daniel.
now. I'm trying to argue a specific point, and I don't want to get distracted.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Fuck. Give me a second. I'm gonna find the link to it. Give me like 1
I
minute.
don't know what Euromed Human Rights Monitor says, but yeah, I'll let Mr. Joe do his thing.
Jordan, can you just Google this?
What is it?
I'll just type this exactly. July 22nd, 2002, Gaza City. Bombing, I guess, yeah. Tell me, I don't have your thing pulled up. Just let me know if it's up.
Numerous other families dwell in the neighborhood city of Gaza City, for many total amount of 17 people, of whom 15 were civilians. There were children in additional to Shahade and his bodyguard. 15 residents killed, further 150 were wounded by collateral damage. Then Minister for Defense Benjamin Ben Eliezer stated that their information was that no civilians were in the building at the time. Dan Halutz a year later admitted that when taking the decision, both government and the IDF were fully aware. Shahade's wife was with him, but went ahead with the operation nonetheless.
I'm not even sure what you're reading, but is that disproportionate or not?
I don't know who this Shahade guy is. Hang on.
Just say he was Hamas leader. Say he was the most famous one.
The leader of Hamas?
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Yes, that's proportionate.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Cool. Okay, cool. So, do you know anything about this case? And you're just saying yes because of inconvenient
I
information?
mean, I know what I have right in front of me right now.
Hey, Jordan.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta head out. I apologize.
Uh,
I just want to say, take care, everybody. And that was
Yeah,
getting
man.
fun.
Okay, bud.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, nice talking to you guys too. Bye.
see you, bud.
So, if you don't know the full extent of what's happening, Jordan, the correct answer is I'm not sure yet. Not yet.
I would say 17 people for the leader of Hamas. Yeah, I'm pretty okay
That's great.
with that.
That's great. What you're missing is a statement by Aaron Jacob. This was what the fuck did they call it? It was the Israel representative at the UN Security Council. They debated this in July 22nd, 2002. This is a statement. Despite Israel's numerous requests that he be arrested, the guy that blew up, the Palestinian Authority, which was fully aware of his location and capable of bringing him to justice, had never lifted a finger to arrest him. If they had the ability to arrest him, why did they blow him up?
The Palestinian Authority had the ability to.
I understand that, Jordan. Do you think that Israel can't go and arrest him themselves? They didn't have special forces. They don't have other means to do this. Their only option was to blow him up, knowing that there's houses literally 5 feet next to him. That the people living there would be dead.
This is always a good argument. Sometimes I fall
I
a little questionable with it myself.
I honestly don't know the answer to that. I still think it's proportionate. It's proportionate. Like, it seems.
It's proportionate to drop a 1-ton bomb on a person where you know he is. You said the Palestinian Authority had the ability to arrest him, not blow him up. But Israel can't just send in.
This was
their
in
own
Gaza,
police to do it.
Cosmic.
Well, ultimately,
they
this
love
is
boom boom
this is
bombs.
here's what I'll tell you from what my friend says who served in the war and he fought in Gaza, and he says Israel already tells them the military plans. They go, dude, they want the most limited amount of casualties. He's like, if we go in, start marching around, we're gonna get shot from all angles. We bomb the area that they know they're in, and then we go in
This
and
was
through the
before
rubble.
Hamas, Cosmic. This was before Hamas was
And
in
so
charge
it's
of,
just
Gaza.
their number one concern isn't Gazan casualties.
it's themselves.
It's their military casualties, and they're in the middle of a war. So yeah, that is the ultimate. It's a hard pill to
I
swallow.
understand they want to take care of themselves. Their concern is not civilians.
Right. It's
Yeah, that's my
because I
point.
mean, all their soldiers are coming out of basically just being civilians. People were drafted. You know, my friend got drafted.
If they're so scared, why are they soldiers? Why are there special forces that do this shit every day?
They do this every day.
They do every day. You want to move over from this point? You want to go over it again?
Let's
What,
go.
Israeli Mossad or what are
Show
you
me
talking
that
about?
special forces are going in and doing like
Seconds.
these
No, they're
style
not.
assassinations every day.
Cool. Yep.
Yeah,
2
because
seconds.
they're not marching through Gaza like that.
But they want the Palestinian Authority to do that.
They
They
want to
want the
eliminate
Palestinian Authority to go and arrest him. The Palestinian Authority
Yes,
is not
but
likely
then
to
why do they
face the
have to
same
blow
kind
them
of
up and kill other
resistance
people
that
and
the
destroy
IDF
18
is going
homes?
to. No,
It's
hang
not
on,
just
hang on, hang on,
proportionate
hang on,
to
hang
it.
on, hang on. Is
Well,
your
this-
contention
I'm
that
losing my
the
family.
IDF is going to encounter no resistance to go and arrest him, whereas the
absolutely
PA? Okay, but the PA would not encounter resistance to go and arrest him.
Oh, they probably would too, right?
Police encounter
Unlikely.
resistance every time they try to arrest someone. What the fuck kind of argument is that, Jordan? What are you talking about? He's a Hamas leader.
So hang
don't arrest
on.
me.
You're saying
Please.
that the PA is going to have the risk of engaging in a firefight with this guy, like the IDF would?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Your
It sounded different from your
implication,
original statement.
the implication, is that the IDF would meet the same level of resistance as the PA.
No, that wasn't in my contention.
So then why is this not part of the calculation?
It is part of the calculation. But
Okay.
dropping a 1-ton bomb because you're too scared to get him yourself is
Yes,
disproportionate.
the reduced casualty, Israeli casualty.
Yeah.
That doesn't
Minimize
reduce
Israeli
casualty.
Blowing up
casualty.
18 houses and killing a dozen people. Yep, that makes sense.
I mean, it
So
reduces
you
their
have
own
enough.
casualties, but like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so reduce Israeli casualty.
yeah,
And
I wouldn't
avoiding
say
the
that makes
civilian
blowing up
ones, which you have an
civilians
obligation
okay,
to in international humanitarian law. So they're violating humanitarian law by definition.
Well,
By
all right.
definition.
In their defense, it was a Hamas attack, so it was a government attack. It
Well,
wasn't even
Hamas
like a
attack. There
rebellion
was a
group.
leader in his
So-
house.
So it was a which is no, I mean October 7th. Like all the whole
I'm talking about
catalyst
different
behind this.
case.
This is in 2002, Daniel.
We're
Oh
talking about
shit!
different shit.
All right, my bad.
This
I mean,
was
it's been going on
in
forever.
the middle
Not-
of
You're
the
good.
second
this was
Intifada.
the year I was born. Damn.
Cosmic,
It's just
this
the
was
first one. We
in
keep
the
going.
middle of the second Intifada.
But
Dude.
let's just do the special forces thing. Because you guys are experts on special forces, but apparently not. I knew I was
I
right.
mean-
I just didn't have the citations because I watch this shit on, like, there's documentaries I watch, like, every day. So I knew it, but I couldn't source it in the
The
moment.
second Intifada happened when I was born.
Mhm.
There you go, Jordan. And I have more than this if you want to test this,
Okay,
I'll
let's
leave you
see.
Again, my statement is special forces operations happen every day around the world. That's my statement.
Well,
To kill, capture,
generally,
or
special forces operations is not the same thing.
I'm sorry,
as
what?
Going in and doing arrests or assassinations of single members. It's not the same thing. Special forces operations. Special forces can be deployed with other groups in general operations. Today we're looking at special
I'm not sure what your
operations
argument is,
forces,
but-
assault capabilities, kind of capability we use nearly every day somewhere in the world, is particularly relevant to counter ISIL campaign that we're conducting today. 350 raids targeting Al-Qaeda and Islamic State operatives last year, averaging about 1 per day, capturing or killing nearly 50 leaders as well as 200 members of the terrorist groups, according to General. And these were in combat zones, correct?
1 a day, yes, Afghanistan.
So these are in
2015.
combat zones.
What the fuck do you think Gaza is?
Gaza in
keep moving the
2002
goalposts.
was
You
not a
keep, like-
combat zone.
So it was even less dangerous than your point is. Or is a combat zone more dangerous? Is it less or more, Jordan? I'm confused.
No, the idea is
It's so
that
dangerous, why'd they blow up the fucking building?
you have a more like open, what's the word I'm looking for? An open fire, open combat situation. So like it's
He's saying that the fact that it's not that it was not considered a combat zone all that time ago, and they still did that makes it worse. That they did that, not better, right? Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're
Your
going to
first
compare it
argument is
that
saying
way,
that the police,
maybe.
that
I mean, I
Palestinian
could
police,
say,
will
I
have
could
no
probably
resistance.
say, yeah, it's probably
Yes,
worse
and what?
than now, but that doesn't mean I don't think it's proportional.
Yeah, because you're fucking biased as hell.
Okay.
To think that it's not disproportionate to knowingly know where their target is, saying that the police could arrest him, but saying, oh, they're not arresting him, so we're gonna blow up the whole fucking building and the whole neighborhood, and saying that's proportionate. That's your argument. It's proportionate to drop a 1-ton bomb on a house,
On the leader of Hamas, yeah, I would
knowingly
say so.
that it's going to kill other people. Knowingly.
If the leader of Hamas, yeah, that's a proportionate strike. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
So they couldn't.
That's
so do
that's
they
how
have to choose between
proportionality
arresting or
calculations work.
assassinating?
Proportionate.
They don't have to choose between like arresting and it's like, oh well, we can't arrest him, so we just have to bomb the entire neighborhood. They could like do an assassination operation, right? If like arresting was not
They
viable.
knew they had the ability to arrest him. They knew that.
But even if they couldn't, they could just like boom, pop, you're dead. No neighborhood blown up.
The most important factor that they consider when they talk about proportionality is
Who's
balancing.
they, Jordan? Who is they? Can you cite this?
Okay.
It seems like you just bring it up out of your ass.
Oh.
You know, I'm the big
Okay.
No, but it does help to know what exactly you're talking about.
Yep.
Let me find these in the documents specifically. You'll have to give me a second.
I think what we should do, this is my extremist opinion,
Let's hear
is
it.
Israel should just move in the full military and overthrow Hamas and turn all the or just enforce the two-state solution by extreme military force, and then over time we'll be able to fix Gaza.
Yeah, Cosmic, those are the articles I'm looking at. I'm just finding the specific point.
Wait, what are they doing now then?
They're allowing them to remain an Islamic extremist nation.
Allowing them to remain.
causing-
They try to blow them they try to blow them up every day. Nearly every day, seems like.
Mhm.
And I mean, if
But-
Euromed is right?
Look, when you take the numbers of how many, fucking so close, how many Gazans there were, 50 years ago compared to how many Gazans there are today, obviously there's been a huge amount of support from Israel as well to keep them in this situation. I mean, it's a shit situation, but so is almost every single country in the Middle East. So I don't know. The only way I see it being fixed is removing the Sharia law factor of the country, of the nation, and then just making them unified with Israel instead of a core enemy like all the other Muslim nations.
No, I agree. I'm just trying. I thought that's what they were trying to do this entire time, was trying to kill Hamas
No,
leaders and
no.
dismantle them up.
Instead, it's like I wish that's what they're doing. Instead, it feels more like they're. I don't know. It feels like they much rather just attack the citizens and keep an inflamed state of. I feel like an operation should be far easier to take over Gaza, but I guess not. I don't know. It just feels like they don't want to do it because of UN's disapproval. So instead, they just keep this inflamed, broken, poor nation, and this constant military chaos. I mean, at this current moment, they're trying to overthrow Hamas, I guess, but they don't even have anything settled on that. They
So
don't. Like, there's like no approval. There's no like full Israel assassination attempts or government overthrow of Palestine whatsoever at this point. It seems like they just should fully move, and they don't fully move into the Gaza Strip. They should have full military forces all throughout it and start fixing their schools and fixing the entire population. And just tell them, hey, you are now a part of Israel. You've been conquered.
So, Geneva Conventions, Article 51, Section 5b. Among others, following types of attacks are to be considered as indiscriminate. An attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated.
Are you done? Is that it?
That is absolutely it. What do you mean, is that it?
Yeah. So the keyword is excessive. You missed that
To
part.
the direct military advantage anticipated. Taking out the leader of Hamas is a pretty direct
he wasn't like the leader. He was like the
anticipated.
leader of like one part of it. So let's just be clear, but sure.
I hate how we call it Hamas too. It's basically just the leader of
The
Palestine,
military
because-
wing of Hamas.
Oh yeah, not bad.
The leader of the military wing of Hamas.
All just the leaders of the
So
government.
he's like the general
Yeah, that
of
makes
the
sense. I got you.
military of Hamas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So keyword being excessive, and they had alternate means, and you need to prove what excessive is. What's the number, Jordan?
Okay,
Too aggressive.
Is it?
Excessive.
I
so-
think
so there's like 13 dead?
17
Is it
was not
14?
excessive.
Yeah,
Boom.
yeah, sure.
There you
17.
go.
Where'd you get that number from? Your ass?
Yes. Do you have like any
'Cause they-
other way to
'cause they
prove it
blew up-
wasn't excessive?
Yeah, the country's saying that it was excessive. The people there.
Okay,
just
there are
basic
other people who
fucking,
say
like,
it was.
logic.
Who wasn't excessive? It wasn't excessive. Like why? What do you have that's going to say that your interpretation is
I wish
more
we had the
correct than
ability
my
to like
interpretation?
actually put this into a court system, but it seems like the United States and Israel kind of combat
Yeah, I mean, if
political.
we had like an
so there's no way to
international
fucking do
lawyer
that.
here, we could litigate it, but we don't.
the fact.
So who
The
said
fact
it
that-
was excessive?
Sorry.
Who
Jesus,
said it was
what?
excessive? Yo, butthead. Who said it was excessive?
I think Spain started an investigation and they got pressure
Okay.
from Israel and United States.
Uh-huh.
They cut it off. So that was one example.
You done?
The judge ordered
Uh-oh.
a bunch of arrests.
Daniel's
and
got
shit.
something ready.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Look, I mean, that's technically an appeal to authority, but again,
The judge saying that this might be excessive. That's an appeal to authority. Yes, I understand
what
that.
did the
What's your
judge say
point?
directly? What's your point? What did the judge say? His exact words. What's the transcript?
I got you. 2 seconds. Again, this was like Israel and United States forced Spain. I think it was Spain. Hold on. They forced them to change their entire fucking law so they couldn't charge them. One second. One second. I'm gonna read it, Beavis. Just hang on. All right. So, now my phone's gonna die. Judge Fernando. Where is this? Spain.
Oh, I don't trust anybody named Fernando. I'm kidding.
I think this is Spain. It doesn't matter, honestly. Pretty sure it's Spain. Judge Fernando.
I feel so tired says any written guidelines would require the great powers to list their acceptable levels of attrition and prosecuting their own wars.
It's vague
that
on
would have
purpose.
really bad optics. Well, if it's vague on purpose, then like, how are either one of us going to demonstrate our position
By
clearly?
logic, and saying if you had alternate
If it's
means,
vague, how are
to
you going
capture
to
this point-
logically determine that's the case?
by understanding that they had an absolute way of getting this person, and they decided not to do that. They
I
decided instead
don't
to drop a
believe that
one-time
appears
bomb.
to be the case here.
I don't care. I'm about to fucking say what the judge said. Jordan, Judge
Okay.
Fernando Andre launched the probe after a complaint by
Cosmic,
the
his
Palestinian.
point isn't about numbers. His point is that there was another way they could have gotten him.
The numbers are just
What was the other way to
secondary.
get it, by the way?
They could
The
arrest him.
badass born identity kicked down the door.
Is the Palestinian
arrest the
Authority
dude.
Jason Bourne? or are
No,
they
I'm
just fucking
just
police
I'm
officers?
I'm being a dick. I'm sorry.
And does Israel not have like special forces they could send in?
They
Do we
do.
not
They
just been a
do.
blink where special forces
However,
happen every single day, Jordan? Where you thought it happened
not
4
of
times
this
a year?
nature. No, not this kind of thing.
Yeah, in Afghanistan, and literally trying to fucking enter caves and villages where the
Right,
entire
in like
village is armed and
open.
wanting to kill you. That is way more dangerous than entering a house.
Juicy go.
Jordan. Yes, sir.
I don't think that's accurate. I think you're looking at different situations. You're looking at
Yeah, every
like
situation is
active
different,
combat
Jordan. Never,
situations where
is more
like
dangerous than a
Israel
non-combat
going
situation.
into an area that's administered, the IDF going into an area that's being administered by the PA.
Why does that have to be IDF?
Huh?
Does Jordan? Does Israel not have special forces? Can they not just go in and grab them? They don't do that.
I mean, they are conducting an operation with boots on the ground of their forces inside an area that's being administered to by a different governmental organization.
I don't know what that means. To my point,
that causes.
Are you saying that
a
Israel
lot of
does
legal
not
issues too.
does not plan assassinations? They never do that.
They do.
Okay, so why didn't they do this time? Why did they instead decide to drop a 1-ton bomb on him?
I actually don't know the answer to that.
I know you don't. You didn't know this case until I brought it up. Obviously, you don't know the answer.
Well, let me look it up then.
Anyway, the judge named 7 Israeli officers as suspects for the crime against humanity. Investigation focused on disproportionate use of force, the 1-ton bomb, failure to minimize civilian casualties, 15 killed, 8 children, 150 wounded. And it goes on to why they stopped the case. I mean, we can move on to my next. This is my worst one. My worst example.
I'm just reading. Let me just look at it.
If we're talking about international law, I'd be curious to know if like them having alternate means is relevant in international law. I would hope it would be, but I don't
I
know.
absolutely think I remember reading that in the when I read it.
So, from
I might have it somewhere.
From investigations, the 2007, the Israeli State Prosecutor's Office announced that an independent commission of inquiry into the death of the 14 innocent Palestinian civilians would be held following a petition by Yesh Gvul, headed by Zvi Inbar. This commission began in February 2008. Its findings were officially released to the public in February 2011 and found an intelligence gathering failure in that they believed, I think it said earlier, they thought only his wife was in the building with him, not the rest of the family, and no premeditated intention to kill civilians, reporting that commanders did not know there were innocent people in the building at the time and that they would have called it off had they known. January 2009, I think this is the one that you're talking about. The National Audience Special and Exceptional High Court in Spain began a war crimes probe into the attack that killed Shehadeh, with persons investigated including Mofaz, Dictor Benjamin Ben Eliezer, Moshe Ya'alon, Doron Almog, Giora Eland, and Mike Herzog. A lower court decision ordered an inquiry into the Shehadeh killing. The Spanish Court of Appeals rejected the lower court's decision, and on appeal in 2010, the Supreme Court of Spain upheld the Court of Appeals' decision against conducting an official inquiry into the IDF's targeted killing of Shehadeh in 2002. Israel MK Moshe Ya'alon, chief of staff at the time of the bombing, canceled a trip to the United Kingdom on October 2009 because he feared an arrest on war crimes charges. So their internal, well, no, that's not an internal investigation. State prosecutor's investigation appears to say it was a mistake, and they wouldn't have done it had they known.
Wait, you read it the first time, and you said that they knew it happened. You literally said that 7 minutes ago.
I was wrong.
What do you mean you're wrong? What did you read then? No, you read it. You didn't make it up. You read that they knew it happened. You read it in the article.
No, I said what I said was that they may have known that the wife was there, not that anyone else was there. That was. Let me find it again. Hang on.
No, this is when you first read the article.
No, I know what you're saying. Hang on, because I remember
yeah.
it was that they may have known that the wife was there, not that the other people were there. Let me find it again. Hang on. Mm-hmm. Because I definitely remember reading that they knew that they thought he was by himself and that maybe the wife was there, and then they thought the wife was there or something like that. I have to find it again. Hang on. I don't know if it was this same. It was when I was first looking it up. So what did I search? It was like Gaza 2002 bombing or something like that. Okay. The then Israeli Minister for Defense, Benjamin Ben Eliezer, stated that their information was that no civilians were in the building at the time. Dan Halutz, a year later, admitted that when taking the decision, both the government and the IDF were fully aware Shahade's wife was with him, but went ahead with the operation nonetheless. That was what
so
I read the first time.
it doesn't say that they didn't know that the house that was 5 feet away from them was empty, or that the other houses were there.
It doesn't say that. No.
Yeah. But they definitely knew that a 1-ton bomb would blow the houses up, right?
Doesn't appear to comment
More than one.
on that at all. What?
I wonder why.
I don't know. I have no idea. Hang on. I'm pulling up the original documents.
I mean, our main contention is that you think that it's okay because he's. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to try to steel man your argument.
Okay.
You think that it's okay that he'll drop the bomb because he was a Hamas leader, very high up in rankings, and that covers the disproportionate calculation.
Correct. The idea would be that the military advantage granted is large enough that it meets Article 51, Section 5B.
Okay. Fuck. I don't have. I can. Send
I might be changing that a little bit as I'm learning more about how these investigations went, and saying that it may not have, and it may have been like an accident, a mistake.
Dropping a bomb was a mistake.
No, that they didn't know that the families were in there. That they thought they weren't there.
Sure. I don't have it. I thought I had it linked, but there's like I think it's like a UN specialist on international law that commented that if you have alternate means and you don't use those alternate means, you instead just kill them,
Then
knowing that you'll kill civilians. Yeah, I just don't have a link on there.
Affect an arrest, though?
Sorry?
How do you affect an arrest, though?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
He says special forces.
I'm thinking the only.
Or literally.
Go ahead.
Just the IDF or special forces or assassination.
A pager, baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean that could technically.
Or maybe a half-ton bomb. Maybe a half-ton bomb would have worked. Not the full ton.
I mean, that could technically work, but then again, you have to recognize the fact that if you do send in special forces, that's not going to be a guarantee that there aren't going to be any casualties either.
Yeah, there's less. There's less.
I
chance
don't.
of
I
that
mean,
than
like,
a
I don't know.
one-time
Like,
bomb.
it's really like the info is like really fuzzy about what they knew, what they didn't know. It might have been like, and I think I said this last time when we were
Not that
talking
fuzzy.
about it. Like the first time we talked about this, it might have been a war crime. I'm not like 100% on this.
Yeah, because
I don't think we're ever gonna know
they're
all
never
of the
actually tried
information.
in a court. It always gets fucked up because of politics. So they get to keep doing this shit.
I don't really have like I don't have anything to say.
Comment
I
on
don't
that.
really engage in the conspiracy stuff.
Jordan, you want to talk about does Israel have nuclear weapons?
Does Israel have nuclear weapons? Probably.
Yeah. Okay. That was a joke.
Oh.
We can keep on this, or we can move on to a different thing.
We can move
or
on.
whatever you want.
That's fine. I think we're kind of at the end of the information we're going to glean out of this.
Yep.
So
you
we
want to
don't
talk
know
about?
if, like,
Go ahead.
they did that on purpose, or if they knew there were other places or
They
other
say they
people
don't.
around.
We just don't really know.
No, they didn't say that.
They did say they didn't. They said
They said they
knew
didn't know
the
the wife
wife
would be
was
there.
in there.
They didn't say anything about the apartment that was 5 feet away from his, or the house that was 5 feet away from his. They absolutely knew that. To say they didn't know there was a house next to his is ridiculous.
Okay.
Do you agree or not, or disagree?
I don't know if we can say that they knew that there were people in there or not.
Why would you assume there weren't people in there?
Why would you assume there were?
Because they live in
Because
a
it's
fucking house.
infrastructure that houses people.
Do
Yeah.
you at your house all the time?
You're being so
24/7?
dishonest with these conversations.
Well, bro, like you give the same level of steel
Okay,
manning to
point one out,
Hamas
point
when
one
we
out right
talk about stealing aid.
Point an example out.
When we were talking
where I've
about
moved.
like the videos of people commandeering trucks, and you were like, "How do you know it's Hamas? Do they have Hamas written on their shirt?" Come on, bro.
Because there's gangs in Gaza. That's why.
So it's only the gangs that are taking this. It has nothing
I didn't
to
say
do
that.
with the
Nope.
groups
You
that
just-
have
you
been
just said that. I
known
never-
to take
you just
aid over the
strawmanned
years,
me.
like over
You
and
just
over again.
strawmanned me.
So
Did
then
I
why would
say
you
it
bring
was
up that
strawman?
point?
Steel man, but
I don't think so.
not.
So why would you bring up that point then?
Because he said it was Hamas, and I wanted to make sure that he knew that other things were happening. We got into a discussion. It was a semantic argument, but I love those.
Okay.
If you're going to say Hamas is doing something, I'm going to ask for proof. I don't know what's wrong with that.
Okay. Do you have proof
When
that
there's-
they
when
were
there's
in the
other-
house? That
It's
they
their
knew
house.
that they were in the house?
There's no way to know if they're like in their house at that very moment or
That's
not. But
that's
like
part
you
of
should.
That's all I'm
international
saying.
law. It's part of international law. Like, do not bomb houses if you have alternate means. And I'll bring up the link of the guy saying this tomorrow.
That is
Discord.
true. If you have alternate means, you're supposed to take
Yeah,
the
like
alternate
arresting
means.
him.
I don't need you to prove
And
that.
why
You
are
aren't
we-
necessarily
You just
required
said
to
this.
arrest. You are not
Yeah, that means
required
arrest
to
him.
arrest. You are not required to arrest armed combatants in the middle of an armed conflict. You just are not.
Was it armed in
Even
2002?
if we were to say that, could they not like
Yes,
assassinate him
that was
instead
in
of
the
like
middle
blow
of the
up?
second Intifada. That
You
was
are.
an armed conflict.
There's no international law that requires you to march your behind in a police car up to the person's house and says, I have a warrant for your arrest. Come out with your hands up. There just isn't. You will not find any lawyer, who's a serious lawyer or attorney, who's going to tell you that military is required to go and effect an arrest in the middle of a
If they
war.
run bomb the building, yes.
No, not in the middle of a war. You
Okay, I'll bring
cannot
up the link.
literally
I have the
affect.
link on my laptop on my phone. I'll bring it up
Could they
tomorrow.
not like assassinate him by other means other than dropping a big boom boom?
Well, tell me again what year this was.
2002. Height of the second Intifada.
Wait, you said 2002?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's just think for a moment here.
I got my
Again.
cap on.
Yeah. So this is 2002. So what other means would you suggest besides arrest?
Why is it besides?
Special forces?
assassination.
Besides all them,
Okay, how?
Oh,
how do they assassinate people before 2002? Let's pick that one.
Raising empanadas.
Real answer.
I'm also not an expert, but I assume there'd be other ways that they could try before
I mean, this was in
dropping
the
a big
middle of an
boom
armed
boom.
conflict. This was literally the middle of the
An
Second
armed
Intifada.
conflict, but they expected the Palestinians to arrest them.
They were not
By their
in
own
conflict with the PA, I don't believe, at this point.
Yeah, but it's still an armed conflict.
This is,
If it's,
I mean,
such like a war zone, nothing can happen. Why can the AP arrest them?
this is sort of like if you're in the middle of World War II and you
World War
know you're
II
trying to
is
take.
not a good example.
You're,
For one, there's no internet. Two,
He's
there's no
just using
drones.
it as an,
no,
I
as an
understand,
analogy.
but
okay,
the
look,
analogy is not going to work. But finish
here. Okay, butthead, let me finish.
Finish. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
this is like trying to demand that if you have Benito Mussolini in Italy,
Yep.
and you're in the middle of an armed conflict.
Yep.
Italy is just a conflagration that you have to send someone in, okay? That you have to send someone in to serve an arrest warrant to arrest him, slap the cuffs on, and take him to face trial internationally. It's not apples to apples, but the point is, in the middle of a war, there is no obligation that is required for you to go in and arrest someone who is a armed combatant that you are currently in hostilities with.
Not
There just
arrest.
isn't.
Alternate means. They had the alternate means to arrest him. That's one option they had. They choose to ignore that.
They don't have
what you're saying
alternate means
is
to
fair,
arrest.
They do
Daniel.
have
They also
alternate
don't.
means.
It's not also either that or drop a good big boom boom either.
Yeah, it's not just one or the other. Exactly.
Well,
They
I
could
mean,
arrest him. I'm just going to stick with that point. They could have arrested him. They chose not to. They chose to kill him.
how could they
his wife,
arrest him?
Another. They don't have to arrest. Whatever the fucking word is that they would do to capture him. Let's just say capture.
Okay, so if you send in a team, okay, into the building, an armed team, and in the middle of that conflict, a firefight breaks out, and because of the fact, again, walls in apartment buildings are not bulletproof. What happens if in the middle of
People die.
in the middle of a firefight? That's right, people die. So what happens
Less
then if
people than a
civilians?
one-ton bomb.
Yeah, exactly. Less people
We're
than
not
a.
blowing
How
up-
is
we're not
that
blowing up
Can we know
18
that
houses
for
How
sure?
do you know
firefight.
that? That doesn't even bear
How do you
out
know?
in the on the
How do
ground
you-
conflict
if you're in a
situations that we've
firefight-
seen.
If you're in a firefight, how are you blowing up 18 houses in a firefight?
This is not
With
this
one
is
guy you're
not
trying to
even
capture.
so hang on. This
Yeah,
is
that's the
not
question,
even
Jordan, not-
reflected in the
not-
on the
That's the
ground
question.
firefights that we've seen, like within certainly not this war, and in
I gave you
several other like this
350 at
is
the
just,
link. You can look at all of them.
what?
The link I gave you with 350 special forces operations in Afghanistan 2015, where they captured, killed, or did raids on terrorists in Afghanistan.
And you're saying no civilians died in those?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
That's not my argument.
So
So what
I'm
is
saying
the
less
argument?
civilians would have died.
Do you know
that
how many
doesn't
civilians
does that
died in
is
those
that
raids?
demonstrated in this article?
That's well known. Like, I don't. Is your point that special forces operations would have destroyed 18 houses? That's a common thing, Jordan.
What I know is that the last special forces operations on the ground in the Gaza war ended up with like 275
Who the fuck cares if it's
Palestinians
Gaza?
dead. What?
That's one operation. There's 350 of them in Afghanistan 2015 alone.
Okay,
That's one little country.
but
Operations
that's
go bad
where
all the
this
time. You don't
was.
Stop doing them.
But that's where
So?
this bombing was.
There's been special operations raids that go bad that killed like 20 Navy SEALs one time. They didn't just stop having Navy SEAls.
What?
Oh my God.
I'm saying 275
I understand
Palestinians
what you're
died.
saying, Jordan. I'm saying that operations go bad all the time with these things. You don't
No,
just stop
I'm
doing
saying
them.
the civilian casualties were very high.
I understand one operation. There's hundreds every year.
This
You're
happens.
picking out one. You care to pick your fucking data point. This is like would you
Yeah, but
cherry pick
one
the
that
fucking city
took
with the 3,000 calories?
took place in the specific region that we're talking about.
I understand it was one.
Okay,
Doesn't matter what the
so I'm gonna
region is.
find
One
more.
operation happens all the time. If shit goes bad, that doesn't mean you just bomb the fucking place. Because
Well, I mean,
bombing
you
it
could say-
absolutely destroys people's lives.
Again, you're not going to find an easy answer to this. You have no way to guarantee that going in on the ground
Not about
isn't
guarantee.
necessarily
Having alternate means.
the
The
alternate
risk
means.
is low. The risk is absolutely lower sending in special forces or police or whatever than bombing an entire fucking
Well, first
neighborhood.
of all, if you send in police, police are going to get obliterated. If you try and send
By
police
who?
in,
You're just stating the fact without any sort of evidence right there.
Because
Obliterated
we're in
by
the
who?
middle
They
of the
no,
died?
second
They're trying to
if you're sending
Intifada,
in,
die.
like we're going
look,
into a
if you're
Hamas
sending in
area.
local
These people
police
are
officers,
armed.
if you're trying to send in police officers who maybe have a Desert Eagle or a Sig Sauer, okay, or a Glock, okay, against people who are armed with
Their argument was that
AK-47s,
the
RPGs,
Palestinian police could do this exact thing. That's what Israel said.
again,
Israel is just
police
or
are,
sorry, Hamas is going to say, "Oh, well, see you later. We're not going to fight the Palestinian police officers. Sorry, you're on your own, bud." That's your argument.
are you talking about sending in Palestinian police
Yes,
officers?
that's what Israel said they had the ability to do. They said
You
that
said
this is why they bombed them.
No,
no. The PA
Read
refused
the-
to do it.
I understand. Yes, I know that. I'm saying Israel said they had the ability to do that. They
Okay, but
bombed it because they refused.
right, but
if we're
but
going,
the PA is not going to face the same kind of resistance that the
They're trying to
IDF or
capture
Israeli
the
say.
Hamas leader. You say it's so fucking special to Hamas. Why wouldn't Hamas fight them? Please answer that, Jordan.
Because they're the Palestinian Authority.
So they're going to let their Hamas leader be captured. That's your argument.
They're going to be way more cooperative than they will with the IDF.
What the fuck does that mean?
What do you mean? What the
What's
fuck does
cooperative
that
mean,
mean?
Jordan? They're not.
They're much
What
more
if-
likely to be able to arrest him without incident in their own
Why
administered
is that?
territory. Why is that? Because it's their own administered territory.
Doesn't mean
Yeah, but
anything.
like they're a different. They're not on the Hamas team, so why would that? Why would this them doing that in their own territory?
Well, because I mean
yeah.
the PA and Hamas. It's not like they don't ever talk to each other.
What does that have to do with anything? This is like someone on the FBI most wanted list, like a mob boss, in his own territory, surrounded by his friends, and the police try to capture him instead of the FBI. You say,
So
"Oh,
why
it's
do
the
you
police,
think?
not the FBI. We're not going to shoot the police." Go ahead, buddy. Sorry, you got.
Okay,
you got
hang on,
captured.
hang on. Let me
That's your
let
argument,
me
buddy.
ask this question instead. Why
Yep.
do you think the PA didn't do it?
I have no idea. I'd be speculating, but maybe because I mean, I'd have to look more into it. There could be a lot of things in different directions.
Yeah. Or
Maybe
they
Israel's
were.
lying. Maybe they didn't
were
know.
actually
Maybe
in
they're
a lot of danger.
okay. Well, you have to prove that. That's your assertion.
Well, in the absence of any information that we have now, that's one speculation.
Yeah,
I'm not
speculation.
sure of
Let's
any
just-
other.
Let's just
I
make
mean,
that
let's see.
clear.
Let's
It's
see what we can
speculation
find.
based on
Let me
no
see what
evidence.
we can find.
Yeah, but if that's the case, why they would refuse? Then doesn't that kind of like disprove your point of they would encounter less resistance if they did it as opposed to the IDF?
Yep.
Yes, it does, but it does entertain
He's
the
all over the
idea
place.
that it would make sense for them to do a strike.
Mr. Borelli.
Not in
Well, I
absence
mean,
of.
I'm exploring different options here because we don't know.
I know. I'm fucking with you.
Well,
I love you.
What'd you say?
I love you too. Shahidi bombing, PA. Why didn't they go?
BRB.
Oh, I spelled his name wrong. Hang on. Shehade.
What happened? What's with the dead air?
I
Turtle
just
off.
realized too. This is when Arafat. This is when Arafat was in charge of the PA. So it may just be that they just didn't want to give him up, as well.
Oh, as in like Arafat didn't want to ruin relations with Hamas.
Yeah, Arafat had generally good relations with these groups.
Okay.
Which, if that was the case, the PA probably wasn't just gonna let Israel walk in and take him. But again, that's speculation.
That's why you have special forces and assassinations. What's Israel's special forces called?
Well, they're like quote CIA,
The CIA,
is
CIA equivalent.
Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad.
Yeah, Mossad.
They just didn't exist in 2002.
No, it did. Okay. When the PA refused, this is what I'm reading here.
Yep.
When the PA refused, the Israeli government then sought to end him directly, but they gave up after realizing that Shehada lived in the middle of Gaza City and that any attempt to grab him would probably spark a general melee. It was then that the Israelis decided to kill Shehada, but things still remain complicated. According to Moshe Ya'alon, the then chief of staff of the Israeli Defense Forces, Israel had to call off its first 8 attempts because Shehada was always accompanied by his daughter. Only when Shin Bet, Israel's domestic intelligence service, learned that he would be in an apartment building with no innocents nearby did the operation proceed, but the intelligence turned out to be incomplete. Shehada had his daughter with him after all, and the buildings surrounding his own were occupied when the massive bomb demolished the target. It also damaged several of these other buildings. Shehada was killed, but so were at least 14 civilians, including his daughter and 8 other children.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, so this was from 2006. It looks like they were intending to try to do that, to go in and apprehend him directly. But they ended up giving up because, obviously, in the middle of the Second Intifada, if they went to the middle of Gaza City, it would spark a general fight. And then 8 times they had to call off their attempts to kill him because he was always accompanied by his daughter. And then it looks like Shin Bet gave them the bad intel when they thought he wouldn't be there. And it says here, the neighboring apartments, they believed no one was in there. And the intelligence was bad.
Okay.
That's the most I can find at this point.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm not sure how they use apartments, but when I looked it up, it was houses. It wasn't like apartments, but maybe that's just how they use the term there.
I mean, potato. The point is that apparently,
I don't understand how they can say that the apartments or houses would be empty. How they would know that or expect that to be a
well,
the
they
case.
were trusting Shin Bet, their intelligence, and I guess that was a mistake. Oh, I think. Let me see this. I think there might have been a Palestinian informant. Let me see.
Okay, that does make it like better that they did at least like check.
They called it off 8 times. That does kind of say something.
Just that 9th time.
Right. Haunted Palestinian informant. Let me see about this because I saw something when I was scrolling. I didn't look at it yet, but I just want to see if this was actually something that was talking about. there was an informant involved on the ground in Gaza. I don't know if that's the case. I just saw something sort of while I was scrolling, and I want to see what that was. Okay. Oh, fuck. So it's Haaretz article, and it's behind a fucking paywall. Where's the archive?
Archive.ph.
Okay. Nope. Let's see. Well, all I have is this. Palestinian accused of helping kill Shahade murdered. The body of a young Palestinian suspected of collaborating with Israeli security and helping them assassinate Hamas's Gaza military commander, Salah Shahade, was found dead in a dumpster in Gaza on Tuesday, Palestinian sources revealed to Haaretz. And then it fucking blocks me off. So I have no idea what the rest of the fucking article says, but I don't know if that adds anything to it for us or not. No idea.
It's just confusing if they say the surrounding apartments will be empty and it was just him there. Then what firefight would they be getting into?
Well, it would be the middle of Gaza City. So they'd have to go from where they are to the middle of Gaza City.
Do people not drive there? But they don't have to have a fucking police car. They can just go in plain clothes. Like, there's a million ways to do it.
Here, Daniel, do you have a Haaretz subscription, Daniel? Or can you find this? I think in the middle of the Second Intifada, to say there's a likelihood of like a firefight busting out when they see the IDF going through Gaza City to get there, I don't think that's totally unhinged. I tried, Daniel. It didn't have it. I think what we've found at the end of all of this is that I don't think we're ever going to get a complete picture. I think there are tellings of this that make it look worse. There are tellings of this that make it look better. It's a fucking travesty that all of those civilians died regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, assuming this is this is true. It is like a good thing that they at least they got their intelligence agencies to check before just being like, oh, whip out the boom boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's true, yeah.
But I don't think we're ever gonna know. That being said, like, I'm not gonna fault you or anybody else for looking at this and considering it a war crime. Like, it all hinges on how it went down.
Yeah, and that's why there needs to
be. And I think that was what I said last time when we talked about this, right?
I think that was the other one, another link with a different. Yeah, you were pretty confident that this wasn't a war crime. If I remember it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm just going on the proportionality calculation, I guess there's an argument to be made there. But now that we've talked about it, I think it's more important to look at the details of like how the operation exactly went down and why it was done the way it was, which you brought up, and you were the one who kind of guided us in that direction.
Well, I don't understand why when these things happen, they don't just have like a court hearing about this.
I mean, they have like internal investigations, but I don't think they publish those like in general.
No, I mean like international court hearings.
Because Israel's not a party to the ICC.
So what happened? All right. If Israel decides to nuke Gaza tomorrow, what happens to Israel, to the leaders of Israel?
I hope
Israel says they're
something.
justified.
I
What
hope
happens?
something fucking terrible happens to every single one of them.
What happens though?
I imagine all of the surrounding countries are going to immediately declare war and invade.
There's no court system that can be implemented. It just has to be like a war.
Yeah, since they're
no,
not
like,
part of
arrest
the
warrants or
ICC,
anything.
which basically means that they're
yeah.
voting. Which basically, I mean, them saying, them not being a part of the ICC is basically like a mafia boss trying to be like, oh, hey, well, I don't want I don't want the U.S. law applied to me, but
Yeah.
that's equivalent to that.
No,
But
no, that's
sad
not true.
case is that
You have to be a party to like international. There are a lot of countries that are not parties to. The United States is not a party, for example. Like there's a lot of countries. I'm not saying that that means there shouldn't be ways to like hold people accountable, but that analogy is not accurate.
So there's no way to hold them accountable without going to war or like sanctions. Is that what you're saying?
So if they travel to a country that is a party to the ICC, they'd be
Yeah,
arrested
they
on
could be
site.
arrested. Yeah.
but if
Outside
they're not
of
part of
that,
the ICC, then it's just not enforceable,
I mean,
right?
outside of that, I think if they like dropped a nuke on Gaza, I'm pretty sure the United States would stop supporting them and they would be justified in doing so.
I mean, I would hope so.
Yeah.
That was just an
China,
extreme example.
Israel,
To, like,
India, Russia, and the United States are all not parties to the ICC.
that was just an extreme example to understand what would happen.
Yeah.
But if you just later it back and they don't do something as extreme as that, then it seems like nothing happens.
I mean, there's
I'm not gonna take back the.
there's gonna be a measure of
Like
that.
bombing
in
an
the
apartment
case,
building,
sure.
no one's going to go to war with them for bombing an apartment building.
Nope, probably not.
As long as they don't leave Israel, then nothing happens.
Yeah, and you know, like, I'm not gonna say like every single instance of that being the case is like perfectly legitimate and not a war crime, right? And I do think like I do believe Netanyahu should go to jail. I do believe Smotrich and Ben Gvir are disgusting, probably genocidal freaks who deserve to go to jail. But
That's why it was funny that he got
the
harassed when he
line-
went to the United States.
the line that says that like, okay, now every single situation where a proportionality calculation comes into play is, you know, therefore invalid, I don't think is true either. And I think we need to do what we did here today, which is look and go into detail and dive into each one of them and figure out as much of the picture as we can.
Yeah. When I was researching, I specifically picked out the ones I thought were the worst, and not ones that were like, oh, there's a Hamas fighter in here.
Sure. This one was a tough one. I'm not gonna lie.
I have other ones, but I don't feel like doing this again right now. This is fucking exhausting.
I think it was exhausting, but I think it was really productive too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
No,
it
it's
was
fun.
good to look into that, like good research, good practice to research these things as well. Like I feel like I know better, like what to look for the next time we do this. Also.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this was good.
I looked at the 3,000. You said there's a study about Gaza. Is it Gazians? You'd call them?
Gazans.
Palestinians? Gazan. Okay.
Yeah.
They're getting 3,000 calories before the
They
blockade
were.
in March.
They were calories. Hang on. Based on 98 grams of protein, 61 grams of fat, 23 milligrams of iron.
Wait, what? We're talking about food now?
Yeah, just real quick.
478,229 tons of food between January and July of 2024.
But the study, unless I'm looking at a different study, I looked at the Haaretz one that you told me to look up.
Yeah.
Yeah. They looked at how much food was in the trucks before it went into Gaza, not how much they were actually intaking, the people eating.
Okay.
But it doesn't account for food being
So
stolen
only
or checkpoints
1508 calories
or
was actually
spoilage.
delivered. So where's all that extra food going then?
A lot of it's spoilage. A lot of it's Hamas gangs stealing it.
Yeah.
Checkpoints, Israel
So
not
I
allowing them
think
to go
that is
certain
kind of
places.
where I was going with that, which was there should have been like a stockpile, right? Because that was more than what Palestinians needed daily. So I think you and I are actually kind of on the same page on that.
Maybe, but the fact that Israel, because the different, I don't know the names anymore. It's like 1 a.m. I can't think anymore.
Sure.
Um,
Kogat? UNRWA?
no, like the World Food Program, whatever the hell it's
Oh,
called. The people who like have the food stores and everything,
There's the World
pantries
Food
and everything.
Kitchen, World Food Program. Yeah.
Yeah. When Israel put the blockade in March 2nd, these programs said they were out of food in like April, like mid-April. But Israel didn't just stop the blockade; they kept it going for like another month, knowing that they ran out of food.
So why? In April, if they ran out of food, when did the blockade end? Hang on.
It was like May 19th, I think. But they didn't start getting food until like a couple days after that.
Okay. And there are also other groups inside of Gaza outside of WFP because, like,
well, that was one example. There was a bunch of them that said this.
Because that doesn't sound right to me. Okay, so April 2025, WFP depleted its stocks. Okay. Okay, in May 24, the WFP warned that its stocked up food supplies in southern Gaza were starting to run out. Why are there discrepancies here?
I have UNRWA says they ran out of flour reserves on April 25th.
The WFP said it still had some. Hang on. Because they're still only citing around 58 dead from famine, but that doesn't really match up.
We can live a long time without food. Like even a little bit of food will keep it alive.
Yeah.
Jordan.
What?
Yeah, I remember you said that like my example of like it wasn't a good example when I brought up like trying to think what did oh yeah, like mafia, like a mafia decided that hey, we don't want laws applied to, we're going to vote to not have laws applied to for like people like countries like ours in
Becoming
the
a
idea of
party to
saying
the
that
ICC is a voluntary process. There are several major countries that are not parties to the ICC. China, Israel, India, Russia, and the U.S., for example, are all not.
yeah, but
parties
what that means is that they're voting to not have international law be enforceable to them, right?
I would say abstaining is more accurate.
It's like sovereign citizens. Sovereign citizens.
Well,
but of like
no,
the
because
world, yeah.
there's not really a citizenship, right? It's not part of like a sovereign organization. Do I think they should be part of it? Yeah, but that's not currently the case.
I would say abstaining is like that's like I'd say that's like sugar-coated wording. They're they're
Why?
they're saying that we don't like if they don't sign to be a party of the ICC, then international law is not enforceable to them. Which like I don't see how that's much different than like my mafia boss example, except for the fact that if a mafia boss decided to do that, obviously the country would be like, "Ha, yeah, you can try that." Whereas in this case, it's not if they decide to not be a party member, then it's not really
I mean,
enforceable. But
generally,
in terms of the
generally,
criminal, in terms of how they're behaving, it's pretty similar.
I mean, ask me if I think Netanyahu should be arrested and put in the Hague.
Well, I mean, I know how you think about that, but like, I don't. Okay, and you did. I mean, you did. To be fair, you did also say that you think, like all the ones who are abstaining should not abstain too,
Right.
right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just characterizing it. And I think what I see is a little bit more accurate because like the
Okay, I
ICC
get
is
you. Just
not
you don't
the
view it
ICC is
as
like a
negatively as
joint.
I do.
It's like a joint thing, right? Like if a country decides not to be part of the UN, for example, if they just decide we don't want to be part of this, right? What would you say that is?
For the United Nations,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Is that a
oh man,
mafia boss saying I don't want to be part of your thing, or is it just them saying like
I
we
mean,
don't
does
necessarily
United
recognize
Nations have
yourself?
anything to do with international law enforcement?
Well, I mean, not as much enforcement, but as like they do their resolutions, right? They do their Security Council resolutions and general resolutions.
I mean, maybe not necessarily for that, because maybe their resolution, maybe they might have a just reason to be like, your all's resolutions are shit. It's,
Okay.
and I
Do
wouldn't
you
say that's
think
the exact same
Do you
thing,
think
since
there
the
aren't
ICC has to do
reasonable
with like
situations
enforcing.
where a country might say, "I don't know if I trust this court to properly adjudicate issues"? And I'm not saying that I agree that that's the case with the ICC, but is that not unreasonable for them to do that without being characterized as a mafia boss?
Well, I mean, I suppose that's theoretically possible.
Yeah.
That you're right. Yeah. I don't
So,
think that's what's going on. I think they're just really sus, but that's not what you were asking.
uh, I mean, there's a particular outlier or a couple particular outliers here with like why isn't the wasn't the US like one of the people who had a big part in creating the ICC but they decided not to be a party to it?
Why why would they do that?
I'm not sure actually. Let's see.
I would hope it would be some sort of justifiable reason.
Due to a combination of concerns about its potential jurisdiction over U.S. citizens and a perceived threat to U.S. sovereignty. The U.S. argues that ICC jurisdiction would undermine the U.S. judicial system and could be used for politically motivated prosecutions of American soldiers and officials. I imagine Israel's answer is going to be almost identical to that.
Okay, that kind of just sounds like them saying, "Oh, we don't want our soldiers to be held accountable for war crimes."
I mean, in the U.S., we generally hold our own soldiers accountable for war crimes, no?
Hmm. Is that, do we?
Yeah, I mean, like, Abu Ghraib is a really great example.
Uh, why would they have anything against the way the ICC does it?
Well, the U.S. tends to be very strong about its sovereign operations and doesn't like to allow other groups or countries to dictate how it does things or have jurisdiction over its own say in internal affairs.
But they're perfectly okay with making an organization that does what they don't want to happen to it to other countries.
Well,
That's
I
kind of
wasn't sure
weird.
about I wasn't sure about that. I was saying that
Oh, you were
like
just like
generally,
speculating?
yeah, I couldn't
Okay.
remember, um, which I'm looking up. Hang on.
Besides, what about Guantanamo Bay?
About it.
Wasn't it's not fresh on my mind, but wasn't there some pretty bad shit that happened there?
Yeah. Oh, we
Like around the time I
outlawed
was
it
born,
there.
something like that.
That one's a little
Huh?
bit fuzzier because technically the land in Guantanamo Bay is like in a fuzzy jurisdictional area.
Like, like where?
It's like U.S. soil, but like kind of not U.S. soil.
Hmm. Wait, what?
Yeah, it's like in a. It's like, hang on. Okay. The United States has complete jurisdiction and control over the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, which covers 45 square miles of land and water. However, Cuba retains ultimate sovereignty over the territory. So it's like in
Yes, I
this
get it.
weird in between situation that made it kind of fuzzy.
Okay. But since they're both part of the world, it wouldn't have been as fuzzy if they were part of the ICC, right?
Probably not. Yeah. And honestly, I think rather than back during the Bush administration, I think it would be less fuzzy, although who knows with this president who tried to turn it into like a massive illegal immigration detention facility.
Yeah, like a
He gave up
detention
on that,
facility
though.
for like, the immigrants he's trying to oppress.
He ended
Yeah.
up reversing that, though. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's not good that that he's trying to that he's like going after like minority groups, but like it's good that he like didn't go through with that thing.
Yeah, I guess what I was thinking was that the signatories joined in after the Rome statute, which was done in Rome. Further signatories ended up signing on at the UN, which is in New York City. So maybe that's kind of what I was thinking of. 41 other states have neither signed nor acceded to the Rome Statute as well. There's a lot of states that are not party to it. Daniel says the Rome Statute was done in Rome, Wisconsin. Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iraq, North Korea, Saudi Arabia, Turkey are some of the other ones.
That makes sense that those guys wouldn't.
Let's see. So the U.S. has signed the Rome Statute, but they haven't ratified it. Another
What does
one.
that mean?
Let me see. What does it take to ratify the? Formal act by the head of state or government, and is how a state officially becomes a party to the treaty. So signing the treaty is an expression of a state's willingness to join, but it's not legally binding until the state ratifies or accedes. Ratification is the formal act by which a state becomes legally bound by the treaty, typically after the legislative branch of the government approves the treaty. Well, that ain't happening in our Congress. We can't agree on anything. Once a country ratifies or accedes to the Rome Statute, it must implement the treaty's provisions into its domestic legal system.
Well, okay, then.
Yeah. And keep it,
It's
Daniel
because of
says,
our,
and
like,
keep in
60
mind at the
pounds
end of the
it's not-
day, nations have interests, and if your adversary isn't also taking the risk to join a court that can, worst case, be politicized, the cynical, not moral argument is, why would I subject myself to something my adversary isn't a part of and could screw me with? Which is true, because China and Russia aren't part of it either. Yeah. Jamaica isn't. Kuwait. Kuwait's pretty chill. Oman is pretty chill. The UAE is pretty chill. I feel like there's a lot of reasons. Oh, also, Daniel, oh no, buddy. Oh, my hands are tied, buddy. You know, it's out of my control, but there's nothing I can do here. You know how it is. It's just the way she goes.
MAGA Daniel or Lydic?
Daniel Lydic, he had a typo. So I gotta give him shit.
He has a typo every stream.
I know, but he managed to get away with it almost the entire stream this time.
That's close.
I know. One day, Daniel. One day. And it was a bad one too. He meant to write Y-O-U-R, but he did Y-O-U''re. Those are the worst ones when you write the wrong your, because you know everybody's gonna give you shit for that. That's like kryptonite in a comment section. If you're like arguing with somebody in a comment section and you use the wrong you're fucked.
They're like, "Oh, you fucking idiot! See, you're a fucking idiot."
Exactly. He says, "I have autocorrect."
Someone says you're an idiot, and they use the wrong you're.
And they use the wrong you're. Yeah.
So is that the game that Daniel likes to play with you? Like, just type something grammatically incorrect and see if you can spot it before the stream ends?
No. He is very particular not to have a typo because he knows I will jump on that shit in 2 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Is there anything
we
else?
didn't even get to the... What's up?
Is there anything else? I might hop off.
No, I think for now. I didn't even get to the... I wanted to watch this Jubilee, but we got into a much more interesting conversation. Well, there was a Palestinian, Israel-Palestine Jubilee, a new one. I wanted to watch it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He didn't look that great either, so I was probably going to be more, like, critical.
What about the Jordan? I love the Jordan Peterson one where like
we did that one.
He was so scared of making his position clear.
He was being
because he knew that he would get obliterated.
They changed the title.
I know they did.
One Christian
after
versus
the fact.
whatever, and they changed it.
Yeah, to Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists.
Jordan Peterson, who doesn't know how to make his position clear, versus 15 other people who actually do know how to do that.
Well, keep in mind, Daniel, he's not like, this guy isn't like a super pro-Israeli dude. Like, he's a Gazan, he's a Palestinian, and like his goal isn't to like do Hasbara, you know? His goal is to try to move them towards an actual way forward for peace. Don't you fucking call me Jordan Peterson with a U, you son of a bitch.
That's a good one, dude. That's what we should be calling you.
No!
Jordan Peterson with a U.
Oh my god. Listen,
I love democracy.
I love the Republic. Thank Casper for that. I will. Is Casper still watching? Casper, are you still watching? Because I'm probably gonna shut down the YouTubes here in a second. I guess.
Oh,
Casper's...
okay. I can't do that to you, Jordan. Since you're the God Emperor. I was gonna see if like
God, don't ever call him that.
You were gonna change
I was gonna
me
see if
God,
I
to
could like
Jordan Peterson
change your
in my
Discord.
own server? Are you high?
Yeah, I was gonna see if I could change your name to Jordan Peterson with a U.
Listen. I have ultimate
do.
power
Please
in
do it.
there. Okay, you can't do that. Plus, you don't want to start that war with me, Thanos. All right. You don't want to play that game with me. Okay. I am gonna come up with some hilarious shit. All right.
That'd be a funny war to get in.
It would be. It would be fun to do that. Maybe some other time. No, I mean, he was very balanced and fair to both sides. He's not skilled in arguing his point. He was up against some goals. Yeah, he was kind of stumbling a little bit here and there. I remember watching a little bit of it on Tiny's stream, and I was sitting there like, no, bro, you gotta argue this point. Granted, I'm more effective on, like, the modern ones about the war than when Joe brings up very specific examples that I'm unfamiliar with, and I have to scramble.
That's what I do.
And of course, I'm like on the back foot. Like, am I defending this? Am I condemning this? I don't know. I'm just going into it.
No, you did well though.
Thank you.
That's not like arguing with you.
I always love arguing with you, buddy. I don't think we've ever had like a bad discussion. It's always really interesting. Yeah. Daniel says, "Not Joe, it's Butthead."
That's just between me and him.
Yeah, that's you guys. I'm not gonna steal your guys' thing. That's for you guys.
Yeah, I debate, bro. A little. I gotta stop debate broing too much.
Dude. But, I mean, like it helps me fucking push hard to get my shit in order. Look, if I'm eventually gonna be a dude who wants to debate with all of these other people, like I gotta get put through my paces, right? Like I just got to. So like some debate broing is not bad. Right? Like if I'm ever gonna go up against fucking Andrew Wilson, for example, who's the preeminent debate bro of all debate bros, I'm gonna need to like have my shit on point. That's okay. You could probably live your life.
I wouldn't do that. It's
yeah,
just...
he's kind of a shithead.
No, it's just his debate styles.
Although I don't know what you disagree with Destiny about.
I mean, there are things here and there. I don't know if I like have one for you off the top of my head right now, but there have been things here and there that I disagree with him on. Like I think his point of view on Havana syndrome, I was like, nah, you're super wrong about this.
On what syndrome?
Havana syndrome. Like the sonic attacks on the U.S. embassy members in Cuba. But like the only reason I knew that he was wrong about that was obviously because of my mom, right?
Yeah.
Because she took over that, she took over that mission like a couple weeks after one of those attacks happened.
Yeah, you have insider information that Destiny does not.
What'd you say, Joe?
No, I was saying that Destiny gets things wrong a lot when it's like hyper specific.
Yeah. I think I'm speaking on like more just like general positions, not necessarily on like hyper specific points. I'm sure there's things here and there I probably disagree with him on. I don't think anybody ever agrees with anybody else like 100% of the time,
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah. But yeah, or Athena, yeah, Daniel. I don't know if I could handle Oh, I don't know if I could handle debating Athena because the first time she does the huzz, I'm gonna bust out laughing.
What about Rob Noor?
Yeah, I've heard like people who know how to speak Arabic say Gaza because like that's how you'd pronounce it in
Yeah, but it's
Arabic.
just goofy to me when like Westerners do it. Rob Noor, I would love to debate Rob Noor. I don't think I'm ready to debate somebody like Rob Noor yet.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's pretty good,
He's
and
on
like
YouTube. He's just like
I,
if you disagree in his YouTube channel, I'll just bring you on.
yeah, I'll have to like I want to study his positions a lot more, right? Because I want to understand what his arguments are. Otherwise, I'm going in kind of blind. The condescending
He gets
laugh
into it with
handle is the
Pisco a
worst,
lot.
yeah. Pisco, look, I may not agree with Pisco on everything, but he's a damn good debater. And like it's hard as like a non-legal person to argue with a lawyer, you know?
Yeah, of course. That's what they do all day.
I'm hoping one of these days, I don't know if it'll be possible, but I'm hoping one of these days I can bring my uncle or my aunt on. My aunt is an immigration lawyer, and my uncle is has been like a U.S. attorney, public defender, and he was on the team that won that USAID case against Trump in front of the Supreme Court like a few months ago. And so he's got a lot of really like interesting shit to talk about, and you know,
Right.
I was hoping like if he was ever interested in coming on, you know, I was hoping maybe I'm being a little stupid and naive, but I was hoping that maybe I could like reach out to Tiny and be like, "Yo, Tiny, you want to talk to this guy?" And he might actually be interested in talking to someone like that, and then I could bring him on my stream. But I'm
I don't
It's
see why
like
not.
definitely
your
dreaming.
uncle's a real one for that.
Yeah.
Your uncle's a real one for throwing some hands at the big orange idiot.
What were you gonna say, Joe?
I don't remember. I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I'll
So I
see you
don't know.
guys later.
Yeah, buddy. Take
Good
care.
night, Joe.
Good chatting as always, man.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm being naive and thinking that Tiny would want to come, but if he did, that would be really cool. But anyway, I'm gonna say goodnight to YouTube because we're gonna be closing out the stream here in a second. And you know, guys, we gotta talk about how he can't get it up and how Dan has boring life before we go. So we gotta say goodnight to YouTube. Good night, YouTube.
Good night, YouTube.